Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Are probably the two most lovable and liked persons in all of Florida.
Well, I told Grady that I'd like him to be my lieutenant governor. There'll be Yin and Yang will be the name of the party.
You know what he would tell you?
He'll arrest you for weed.
By the way, he would.
He would arrest me
for weed. He'd arrest the governor for weed.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Stand by. I'm getting stuff dialed in. Hold on, please. Thank you very much. Lummy, we're on the big box, and we're on the front page.
There we go.
At rumble.com/The Bubba Army. How are you, everybody? I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. And welcome back, Lummy, from your annual... Now, it's my understanding, Lummy, like you're not a schlep barback boy. Like you got a staff of people that are working under you that you're directing so that the people that are buying that VIP experience get their VIP experience.
Yeah, I worked the stage 2 VIP, and I had a staff.
Stage 2 VIP, and you got a staff of what?
Let's see, there were six on Friday and 8 on Saturday, Sunday.
Right now, there was mostly chicks because anytime you want, because I'm assuming the VIP table at stage 2 or how many VIP tables were there? By the way, Lummy works this music festival up in the Panhandle. What's the music festival actually called?
This one, they changed it because Morgan Wallen bought into it. It was Sand in My Boots.
Okay. And
that's
kind of cool.
Morgan Wallen was the closing act on Sunday.
And did everybody just go absolutely nuts?
They sure did.
Over him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
is he the guy that dropped the N-word and actually got stronger?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. He's bigger than he's ever been. And
He's massive.
He's bigger than the N-word.
Correct.
I mean, like, and not too many people are bigger than the N-word.
No.
Not too many people can drop the N-word.
Not white people.
And, especially white country singers.
Right.
And come back stronger. And it didn't, like, for a moment, Seth, didn't, because you know radio, and didn't a bunch of companies, iHeart, Cox, Beasley, Odyssey, Town Square, dump, like, their country franchises, put an end to all Morgan Wallen songs or something?
Did they?
I think they did.
Yeah, they did. They wanted to, he had to go
on a Woe's Me apology tour?
Kind of, no, he didn't apologize. He kind of just started doing everything off of offline, and I think he created his own website, and then people just started downloading his music, which made him huge.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
But then didn't he throw a chair off a hotel balcony?
Yeah.
And then he had the thing where he walked off SNL to get to God's country. So
I think
people
I
were
need to maybe
irritated.
do something outlandish to get back in the news, even in a bad way, just to let everybody know I'm still around. What do you think?
Well, I also think he doesn't really mesh with the New York people. That's the opposite of what he is. Like the Saturday Night Live crowd is the opposite of him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm never going to be on Saturday Night Live, please.
Well, I think you're getting back on the map with the Whites for Warren. Isn't that the play?
Whites for Warren, which is reverse of what Morgan did. He dropped the N-word. Well, Whites for Warren is about as pro-African American as you can get, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is saying I'm a white guy, and what the racist county of Okeechobee did to African American Warren Sapp, I won't stand for. I have my own T-shirt. So we're gonna get with Tuttle,
Yes,
to go down there and organize a Whites for Warren rally, which we're expecting 3 or 4 people.
perfect.
Do you know his songs, Lummy? Morgan Wallen? Do you familiar with
not
his music?
really.
Now, Lummy, was there just
really.
not? Now, you're a married man. Obviously, you would never, ever, ever stray for in fear of getting killed.
Yes,
You know,
100%.
for real, she'd kill you.
Oh, she would.
Yeah.
What's it going to do? Bang a chick in a portalet?
No, but what I'm saying is, country concerts tend to attract
Hot chicks.
really, really, really hot chicks
Yep.
that wear cowboy boots and Daisy Dukes and halter tops.
Yeah,
Right.
even when it was on the beach, I couldn't believe they were wearing cowboy boots on the beach.
With probably bikini tops.
Correct.
Build
Yes.
those calves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And little shorts with the bottom third of their ass hanging out.
Yes.
A lot of
Yeah.
thongs though too.
That's
Yeah.
even better than the side breast you talk about, Bubba. Is
Oh, I
that
don't
bottom
know.
ass?
I don't know, Dan.
I don't know, dude.
Side breast, or a girl that wears a top that's cropped where you see under boob.
Well, that's pretty cool. I
that's-
think under boob is better than side boob, but when you see that, when a girl's wearing shorts and that bottom 3 inches of her ass is sticking out.
And she's got an ass to do it.
Right, right,
She's
yeah.
not,
Yeah.
186 pounds from Pinellas Park.
No.
With a Marlboro Light hanging out of her lip. She actually is, put some time and effort into going to the gym and building her ass up. You know what? A nice ass is a nice ass is actually harder to probably get than anything a girl. I mean, a girl can get. Listen, a girl can walk into your office today, get an estimate. Her husband or boyfriend, or she's rich enough by herself, can lay a deposit down, and by next Tuesday, she can have the nicest breasts in Tampa, Florida.
Right, you go from an A to a full C.
Right. So what I'm saying is, no gym requirements. Nothing like that. She just give me if she's got the money, Dan, you got the time to give her the nicest tees in town.
Exactly.
Whereas a girl that's got a nice ass, she's had to. A lot of women are not just born with a nice ass,
But some are.
Some are.
Some are, and they do nothing, and they have an incredible butt.
Some are. But would you say that probably 60% of women with nice asses had to do something? They put some time in on the gym, or they were athletic. They were a softball player or a volleyball player or something like that.
There's a story.
They were an athlete of some type that involved ass muscles. And I'll tell you who's got some of the nicest asses ever: girls that ride horses.
Yeah.
Oh man,
they're always squeezing their thighs together.
Yeah, they can put it on you too. So, but like a nice ass is. I'm a sucker for a real nice, tight bubble ass. Oh, I really am. Am I the only one going to hang myself out to dry, or is there
No.
anybody else that's sucker for a nice ass?
Oh, there's nice ass. Beach Metal Detectives, $10.
Dan, are you a sucker for a nice ass?
I think any man is, but I think your nice ass and my nice ass are different asses.
I think you like a bigger ass than me.
No,
No,
I like this.
No. I'll tell you the ass I like. I like an ass that's like a track girl has.
Yes.
Can I be creepy for a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
What would that? It's never stopped you in the past.
But this is real creepy. I like Steve's wife's ass. That kind of ass.
She's had a good butt her whole life,
Yeah.
and she was a runner.
Like Krista Diaco, at her age, probably has the nicest ass for a woman over 50.
Yeah, she's got a great butt for a girl over 50.
And
Absolutely. She's had a great butt. If you took her butt against most girls over 30,
I would put her in any butt competition. So I'm saying this.
A little narrow hips.
But that's the kind of ass I like. That track. Oh, Lummy, can you send me maybe some Google images or something of? There's a couple of pole vaulters and high jumpers and hurdlers.
But those tall girls have a different ass. They don't quite have the bubble. They have a little more of an A and a little bit more of a split to it. It's not quite as bubbly as like a 200-meter sprinter or 100-meter sprinter.
Can you literally Google woman's nicest ass? I'm just.
Well, I went to the college track and field female.
Well,
and I said it to you.
Here, I
got one girl. You know that one blonde girl that's a pole vaulter?
Now, see, here's the deal. I really don't like any of these.
The one on the left is great.
These.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. But.
Yeah. But I'm not really big on that ass, and I'm not on that ass either.
At all. No.
Here we go. These are supposedly, Lummy, the 18 best butts on the internet.
Wow, what a list.
Look at
I'm top 18 asses.
Yeah.
I feel bad for number 19.
Seth, are you
Why not 20?
Are you an ass guy?
No.
Are you a total package, including personality?
I like the shoulders on a man. That's what I'm talking about. A big back.
Little hair.
So you'd be a little bit more into macho man than a woman with a nice ass?
Yeah, nice ass. It's kind of gross.
Oh, this is the number one ass, supposedly, from Miami Beach. Now, I like that ass. A little big.
Well, she's got a little lordosis where she's really like bending her lower back and sticking it out.
Do you think that she's had ass implants?
I don't know, but she has, like I said, lordosis. She's got like that gymnast lower back where it sticks out a lot. And she's doing it on purpose too.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like women who pop the ass. I just want to see you standing naturally. Number two, it makes me go to Instagram. Now that is an absolute perfect ass in my book, right there.
That's top notch.
That's a Krista
it's an
ass. Yeah, that is. Whoa, I can see why she's got 15.8 million followers. Because look at that.
Wow.
Let's see some more pictures of. Now, see, it doesn't look as good there.
Right.
Let me see here. All right, so it sends me back over to her Insta. Here's the fourth best ass. Now, is this her like maybe before she started training, or this is her after?
Well, that's her with the back flex of it. I don't know. I think it's the same deal.
This is Paige Hathaway. You really can't get you can't get a bearing on the bubble on that. You know what I'm saying? And here you can't get a bearing on the shadowing in here. That there's a lot of real estate that I need to get my eyes on there. Yeah, that's a nice.
But, she's got arms like Macho though.
Yeah, true.
I don't want to. I don't want to be with a girl with a nice butt that feels like I'm being with
and a face
Macho.
like Tuttle. So
right. Yeah, some girls with the best butts have the worst faces.
Yeah, like this ass does nothing for me.
No.
Let me see here. No.
Jeez.
I don't want to be with a girl who can squat more than me. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty strong, but still, I don't know. Again, you can't get a bearing when they're wearing these yoga pants, because these yoga pants are sometimes made
to make the butt look better,
to pop the butt.
Yeah.
So anyway, Lummy, thank you. I found it
myself. I think those pole vaulters.
Lummy, what did you send me as far as
high jumpers?
assness?
High jumpers. That's what it is.
The track and field.
Yeah, those are the ones I like.
Yeah, those track and field girls have.
Because they're real. They're not doing ass implants.
There's so much here to look at. I don't know about that. Let me see. A lot of these girls are just popping the ass, or they're showing them in action, running forward.
I can't believe we're Google imaging asses.
Why not? Are you ready to quit?
No, I just don't. I don't know if this is how people get their asses.
I think this is. How is she going to get your asses?
I mean, there's plenty of other places, but I guess Google's a great place to start.
Hey, that girl right there in the middle, Bubba. Right there. No, higher. Two clicks higher. Right there.
Right here.
The girl to the
here.
No, that girl. I was looking at that.
Right here.
Yes.
Yes. This. Now that is an perfect ass. Wow. That's a perfect ass. How about? That's a nice ass, Danny.
Yeah, and these are girls that are runners. They got good ass muscles.
Right there, you go, running. So I don't know how we got into that, but nonetheless, hi. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, broadcasting live from Tampa, Florida. Lummy, we are really relying heavily on you, hoping to have a big money day, because we've asked people to kind of lay off, because you're the Venmo Cash App guy.
Dr. Remulac, $100.
Thank you so much. I will be monitoring PayPal. PayPal a little bit slow yesterday. Although in the overnight, Lummy, this is a new one. Snook Slayer, $50 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
I don't know that Snook Slayer's ever given any money ever, other than caused us, massive headaches on some of his bull crap that he blows out of his hole. So anyway, Snook Slayer, thank you for the $50 on the PayPal on the overnight. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. You can give directly, or BubbaArmyTips.com, or of course Lummy Rumble Rants and YouTube Super Chat.
Yes.
Seth had Super Chat yesterday, and Dan had rants, and they were not very busy. Neither one of them. Did you now, Dan? As a doctor, I think it's pretty amazing that anybody can think of anything. And if enough, and make it the most stupid stuff ever, and make it a thing. Somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to make a TikTok where I'm going to call it the McMigraine. I suffer from these migraines, and if I go to McDonald's and order a fry and one of their Cokes, and I eat it, then it takes my migraine away." Now, Dan, is there any scientific, as a doctor, would you say this is complete bullcrap, or could there be some type of ingredient that both of them have that mixed together that could potentially give you relief on a headache?
You're not going to like my answer, Bubba, but
hold on. Your answer is whatever it could be.
Well, I'm just telling you, you're going to not like it, and I agree with it 100%. And
for real?
Yeah, there's two reasons.
No, hold on. Why would I am skeptical, but if a doctor, my doctor, who I have a lot of faith in, says there's a reasoning behind it, then I'm dancing with you.
So most headaches, and see, I deal with this with my patients all the time. I deal with two things that's very, very, very common, and that the first one is a post-operative headache, and the second one obviously is nausea. My patients aren't really in pain because I'm generous with the pain medications, and I give them long-acting anesthetics during surgery so they don't wake up in agony.
And you believe in Zofran.
And that's the anti-nausea medicine. Mm-hmm. But sometimes people throw up their Zofan, and you go with the suppositories, and they're still sick. And so there's the caffeine from the Coke is precious. And
the other thing is McDonald's has, in case people don't know this, McDonald's years ago cut a deal with Coke and said, if you go to McDonald's, your fountain Coke will taste different than any other. You go to a 7-Eleven, you can go to a Wawa, you can go to a Racetrack, you can go to a Buc-ee's.
It's proprietary to McDonald's?
Yes.
Really?
Let me Google it. They make their own mixture. McDonald's has their own mixture, and if you notice, a McDonald's Coke tastes a little more syrupy and just a little better and less watery than that other fountain Coke that you get anywhere in the world. McDonald's, and Lummy will find it, and I want him to...
they use a different syrup.
Read the actual article.
McDonald's uses a concentrated syrup to make their Coca-Cola drinks, which is different from the syrup found in a bottle of Coca-Cola at the grocery store and is only used at McDonald's through Coca-Cola.
Drop the mic,
wow.
bitch. The reason why I knew this is I knew a guy that was I know a guy still to this day who owns 4 McDonald's. And he told me years ago, Tim Spears, and he's like, listen, somehow the topic got up, and I was at a store one time, and the McDonald's truck came, and their bags of Coke are specifically says for McDonald's only, the way they manufacture them. And he was like, yeah, McDonald's has its own proprietary mix of Coke. Coke does not replicate the amount of syrup to water ratio in any other application except for McDonald's. So maybe McDonald's Cokes, Dan, have a little more caffeine in conjunction with their fries, help with a headache, right?
Yes, and so like I said, the headache problem that people complain of post-operative is because they're going through caffeine withdrawal. And almost everyone in America, I think it's 90% of Americans, are addicted to caffeine in some way. So
we
if
all
you have
are.
surgery,
We all are here.
yeah. So if you have surgery and you stop drinking caffeine because your normal morning coffee you didn't have because you were NPO, meaning you're not allowed to eat after midnight, And then post-operatively, you're not eating, you're not drinking coffee because you're drinking, ginger ale and crackers and crap like that. And so you go to 24, 36 hours without caffeine, and people that have a lot of caffeine in their body and rely on it get a splitting headache. It's a brutal headache. I ended up in the hospital.
So they go to the McDonald's, get a Coke and some fries, and that fills their belly up just enough, but not too much, and then they get their shot of caffeine via the Coke.
Yes, but the other thing I have to deal with is nausea. And years ago, literally like it must have been 23 years ago, I had a patient that said I was throwing up, and then I ate McDonald's French fries, and it stopped. It wasn't Wendy's. I think
you've actually told this story on the air before.
Yes. And so when people tell me that they're not holding down anything, including the nausea medicine, I say go out and buy a McDonald's French fry. And not Burger King or Wendy's, but there's something in that
saturated fat or whatever
it is, and the chemicals, the way they make those fries and the way they cook them. It takes away the nausea. It coats the stomach. It gives them a little of that salt so they get thirsty and they drink a little bit more. It's perfect for them. And I don't have it in my written instructions because you sound silly.
Right.
Like, this story sounds silly.
Be like, man, you got your boobs from a quack job that told you to go buy McDonald's fries as
It works every single time, Bubba. 100%. 100% of the time.
Who would ever know that some stupid viral sensation actually is backed by a doctor?
That's right.
We should actually ride this wave of viralness and put Dan's his little excerpt in there.
And they mentioned the nausea in the article. They mentioned that a lot of migraines have an element of nausea, and that's where the French fries come in.
Here's the TikTok thing. I don't know what this is.
I think this is Sweden. So McDonald's in Sweden.
Yeah. It's this. Some McDonald's customers on TikTok claim that a certain food and drink combination from the fast food restaurant can get rid of their migraines, though doctors are quick to share other headache remedies. Not ours. Our doctor says that he has prescribed McDonald's fries many a time when people are nauseous.
Hundreds and hundreds.
A migraine is a headache that can cause severe throbbing pain and pulsating sensation, usually on one side of the head. Common effects include nausea, vomiting, and extreme sensitivity to light and sound. The attacks can last for hours, even days, interfering with daily activities. Taking a trip through a McDonald's drive-thru might help, some customers claim. One viral video, which has over 3 million views and counting, shows a woman sitting in her car in a McDonald's drive-thru, sipping on a soda, eating fries, and the text said, "She's doing this because I've had a headache for over 48 hours, and TikTok said this would help."
I mean, Dan, what percentage of people, are having headaches because they are dehydrated or they don't have caffeine or they haven't eaten enough?
A lot.
While this viral food hack may help alleviate the symptoms, it isn't a cure, a doctor cautioned. Well, not our doctor. Our doctor says that he's prescribed this remedy 1,000 times from different people that have been nauseated from the anesthesia, the TT99 medicine, along with not being able to eat, for...
Isn't that kind of a hangover remedy too?
Mm-hmm.
The caffeine constructs here we go. If you think about it, most over-the-counter migraine treatments, the medications themselves can contain a dose of caffeine. The caffeine constricts or narrows the blood vessels, which can provide migraine relief for some people, the doctor added. The carbonation can help settle the stomach for those experiencing nausea with headaches.
Remember Bubba Anacin when we were kids, the headache medicine?
Yeah, do they make it anymore?
They make a different version of it, but the original headache medicine was aspirin and caffeine. It was caffeine in it. And when people have migraines, doctors prescribe caffeine pills because caffeine cures headaches.
Hi, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, it's Dave West Palm.
Hey, Dave. How are you doing?
Good. This question is for Dr. Dan. Occasionally I'll get cluster headaches. Now, they don't come on. Maybe I have them once every couple years, but they'll come on all of a sudden.
You're calling
cluster headaches?
Describe them for everybody.
A cluster headache. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cluster headache.
Go ahead and describe what it entails.
it's like a migraine, but 10 times worse. And it'll come on, and then it'll go on like for 5 times a day or 6 times a day. It'll just come out of the blue.
Does it come and go? Like, does it pulsate? Like it'll come on for 15 or 20 minutes, and then go away, and then come back?
Yep.
It's like a cluster of small migraines without like a long migraine that lasts 24, 36 hours. This is, it lasts for an hour or two, goes away, and comes back.
Exactly. Now, how come? I mean, is there a cause to it?
It could be some spasticity in the blood vessels, and caffeine probably does help it. I mean, I'm sure you take some other things a little bit better than that, Imitrex or something like that. Have you tried things like that?
Yes.
Does it help?
It does help. It does help. But I was just curious what the cause was.
It's probably spasticity of the blood vessels. It's not usually, you can get tension headaches from muscle spasms. You can get headaches from lack of caffeine. And like they said, the caffeine actually works on the blood vessels in the head. And when they get a little bit irritated or enlarged, they hurt. It just hurts. Too much blood in your head hurts.
All right. That's all I needed.
I appreciate you, Dave. Thank you. 813-90-BUBBA. 813-90-BUBBA, our phone lines. Hello, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, it's South Tampa. Hey, I was just wondering if you guys would ever make a sun shirt, like a long sleeve hooded sun shirt I think people would buy the heck out of
that.
Like
a fishing shirt? Like those really lightweight fishing shirts, hoodies? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
or just enough to keep the sun off you?
They have the thumb holes so your sleeve's a little bit longer. I think that those things would sell like crazy. Not in black, but like in white or whatever.
For all the fishermen, and 2, anybody, all the lawn dogs out there that are out lawn dogging and doing doing outdoor activities. Now,
just the beach, Bubba. If you're on the beach at St. Pete Beach for 8 hours, I don't care how dark you are, you're going to fry.
Now, do they come with hoods or not?
A thin hoodie.
Yeah, some of them do nowadays.
What are they called?
The hood's great.
Yeah.
Just like a sun shirt. Like if you go to look at Yeti sun shirts or whatever, like everybody sells them. But
I wouldn't look probably real good. The tight clinging stuff don't work good for me. I'll just catch a sunburn.
You don't want them tight. Usually you want them just to flow.
Well, if I wear a 3X, normally I'd have to get like a 6X to make it really fun.
No, the material now, Bubba, is a little more giving.
Oh, okay.
Like 3X should be fine.
Right. So you know what? I'm gonna have the merch. I'm gonna have the
great idea,
like with the Bubba Army logo on the back or the front or something.
On the back.
Put the QR code or something. Or put it down low because the hood's gonna cover it.
Here's the deal. Do you make it kind of kayfabe where you just put the logo kind of like where the shirt pocket would be, so it's just kind of it doesn't blurt right out at you, or do you plaster it big on the back
I think you should do both, Bubba. I think you should do a subtle one and a blasted one.
Mm-hmm.
How about a Bubba's Beach Club retro the logo on the back or something?
No, please, nobody, no. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But the idea of doing some kind of Bubba Army sun shirt like that is great. And I own 3 of them. And when I'm in Jersey, I wear them just to the beach because it's so sunny. It's so hot. You can take it off, put it on, but it's the only way to really get out of the sun.
I got to write this down. The sun shirt.
It's a thin, it's kind of like an athletic shirt. Those lightweight, like Under Armour type shirts, but it's got SPF to it and it's got a hood.
I need to do that and a beach umbrella because, like you said, the beach umbrella is just straight advertising.
It's a billboard, bro.
Finally, some of these drug dealers will start, maybe cutting their drugs with baking soda or something like that.
Fentanyl, the good old days.
I'm just saying, because you're killing people, and you're and finally, it looks like it's these people that are doing that are starting to go through the court system and the judicial system. Yesterday, a Tampa man was sentenced to life in prison for distributing fentanyl that ended up killing 2 people. The Department of Justice announced. That's the only thing, and I don't even think that's going to deter people from using fentanyl. And fentanyl can't be less expensive than baking soda. I mean, right? I mean, baking soda.
People cut with baking soda to extend their stash, and so like if you bought an ounce of Coke, you put 5 grams of baking soda in there, and now you got 34 ounces of Coke. But the fentanyl was to make it stronger, not to cut it to weaken it. It was to augment it.
They're putting fentanyl in there
to beef it up,
so that You got to look like, you go buy some Coke from one dude and he didn't cut it with fentanyl, and it's, okay, it's I've never done Coke in my life, but it's decent Coke. But you go to the other dealer that cut it with fentanyl, and he didn't cut it with this amount of fentanyl that would kill you, but it certainly would probably give you way better of a kick than the non-cutted stuff, and then you go back and that's where you end up doing your business with, right? Is that the reasoning for these drug dealers that are using fentanyl to give it, because it's inexpensive, it gives it a better kick, but there's no way of determining the strength of that fentanyl because you don't know the chain of command, right? And then secondly, the minute that you put too much in it, you've killed somebody, and if they track you down, you're going to prison forever, right?
Yep.
But you're not selling near the amount of Coke that the guy that's doing it's doing it.
He's got the better stuff.
This will make Seth Kushner super happy, and this is certainly a first, probably in the world. And quite frankly, I don't know of any other pope that's ever even accepted a professional jersey from any professional team. Maybe a soccer team, maybe.
Oh, the Pope got no, Bubba. The Pope gets gifts all the time. The Pope's gotten Ferraris. They get gifts all the time. They get jerseys.
But the Pope gets Ferraris?
Oh, when the Enzo came out, they made $399 and like, nope. We made 400. We gave number 400 to the Pope.
Well, I'll tell you this.
He gets gifts. Like, right. We think Trump's a big deal because he gets a plane. Pope gets everything.
All right. Well, let's tell me that. I think it's at least I can say this. I don't think any Pope has ever got a Chicago Bears jersey. And I don't think that any Pope has ever wanted a Chicago Bears jersey, to be honest with you.
He definitely doesn't have the Gale Sayers jersey.
And boy, the Chicago Bears need to really, really, and I can just see it as right now as we speak. The Chicago Bears are going to have a magical season. One, their schedule's one of the easiest. And two, they've positioned themselves. Did you see they got that guard that they paid a ton of money for, Seth? I think the trade might have or maybe it was clickbait. I thought they went out and got a all-pro offensive lineman yesterday for like a boatload, like $290 million or something. Did you see that?
No, that's not true.
Okay, but they have been aggressive.
$290 million is a lot for a lineman.
But
that seems like a lot.
No, but I do know that they've been aggressive on beefing up their offensive line.
They fixed their lineup a few months ago.
They went out and got a tight end. The Bears are poised to have a good season. The Bears are poised to be the best they've been.
And this guy's a Johnny-come-lately.
Well,
this has been like 150 years in the making to finally get this team a quarterback and to have potential. And now national writers are actually picking this team to win the playoffs. And now the Pope's going to come along and take all the credit.
Yeah, but the Pope has been a long-time Chicagoan.
What's that done for us so far?
Well, because
he wasn't Pope.
He wasn't Pope.
If he wasn't Pope. He was just a great Cardinal, then he would have had them win.
Well, you know what? The Cardinal and a bishop just doesn't have the stroke the Pope does.
Well, yeah, that's like a colonel or a major.
Yeah, he couldn't even get us in the playoffs as a Cardinal.
Because the Cardinal doesn't have a direct line to God.
Well, that's a problem.
So I can just see it writes itself. Pope Leo the 14th.
What do we let this guy call plays or something, Bubba?
No, but you can just see the Bears having a good year this year, and they say it's because of the Pope. It's a gift from God. It's a sign from God.
And their touchdown celebration is the Pope doing mass. Is that what
exactly.
Okay.
They go out there and do the blah 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 blah.
Who's in charge of the Jewish religion on a like an administrative?
Yeah, like
level.
Who's the head?
Who's the Pope for the Jews?
I don't know who to report to.
You don't?
I don't know.
He reports to his mom.
I just know my local rabbi. I start from there.
But there's got to be a higher organization of them.
Is there like within the Jewish community? Okay, you have a local rabbi. That's your local guy.
Who's he answer to?
Who does he? Is there a hierarchy amongst the religion?
To be honest, I from what I know, he's straight with God.
Okay, there you go. They like to fan it. The Jews like to fan it out and give more people opportunities to talk to God. That's great. Whereas the Catholics like to lock it down and make the Pope the only guy. Here's Pope Leo the 14th.
So this, of course, is a Chicago Bears jersey with your name. And hopefully
They tried to sign it with a pattern, but they got a little nervous.
Apparently,
I see.
Did not succeed. Yeah, so I guess there's our kid right there.
Okay.
You can probably imagine in the United States, people are extremely excited about you and about your. Thank you very much.
He didn't really put the Pope didn't put any of this stuff over at all. He's like, yeah, that's great. Yeah, where's my White Sox jersey?
I think he's worried because didn't J.D. Vance, wasn't he the last guy on Earth that the Pope saw?
Yeah, he shook his hand. He was dead 3 hours later. Don't touch me.
You're right on that. That's why Pope Leo kept his distance.
Yeah. He's like, why does this guy keep coming back?
Angel of death.
They actually got his picture at the front door of the Vatican saying, "Don't let this dude in. It's bad luck."
He was dead literally less than 24 hours, I think, after J.D. Vance met him.
It looks like there's a chief rabbinate of Israel.
Oh,
there's two of them, I guess.
Seth doesn't even know his
now
religion.
I got a new boss, Lummy.
Yeah, you got a new boss.
Great.
Hold on. Chief Rabbinate of Israel. Chief Rabbinate of Israel.
He's the head of the church?
Is recognized by law as the supreme rabbinic authority for Judaism in Israel. It was established in 1921 under the British mandate, and today operates on the basis of the chief rabbinate of Israel law of Israel law. 1980, the chief rabbinate council assists the two chief rabbis who alternate in its presidency.
So he's handling Israeli law. That's
of Israel. We want to know the USA guy, right?
I'm not sure there is one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Israel's the only country that's officially, has Judaism as their official religion.
It is, but there's we've never been taught to look
Put
up
one guy
to
over so much.
Their
one guy is God, and their rabbi gets them to God.
So does each synagogue self-funded? Or do they get pooled money from somewhere?
I don't believe there's pooled money from anywhere.
Yeah, Seth doesn't know. Finally,
what do you mean? I mean, you have a membership fee. I mean, it's not. You have to pay to be a member.
No, I didn't mean that you don't know with regards to. I just think
it's a sliding scale off what you make.
For real.
What's the percentage?
Probably 10 points.
I don't know. Mine was $1,200 a year.
Really?
Yeah.
So you have to pay $1,200 a year to belong to the synagogue?
Yes.
Interesting. So in the Catholics, I'm not sure. I think the Protestants as well. You do that offering, but there's no mandatory fee.
They're not looking at your W-2s, right?
The Muslim religion has a mandatory percentage of contributions, not necessarily to the Muslim religion, but to other people. They have an actual percentage, and it's I think it's like 5 or 10% mandatory.
If you want to give to the BTLS Foundation, then I can kick back. I'll kick back to you. You know what I'm saying? But you can show it as a tax write-off. Just kidding you. And finally, Dan, was he ever a buck when you were a doctor? Obviously, I know.
I'm friends with Simeon. I know. I love Simeon.
I know your dad doctored him.
Oh, I was friends with him. He had a clothing line I had clothes from, and he's a good guy.
Is he still local?
He liked L.A. He was into trying to do movies and stuff like that. He was sort of one of those guys that when he was done with the NFL, he was kind of done with the NFL.
Didn't he go? No, it wasn't him. It was Marcus Jones.
MMA fighting?
That tried to MMA fight.
Yeah, he was an amazing human being too, but
he had a soft chin.
Yeah, Simeon Rice wanted to be more into the production and management of acting. I think he even wrote a movie.
Simeon Rice. I don't understand why he's not in the pro football.
I'll tell you why. It's a simple reason, Bubba. I think he had 100 or 99 sacks.
No,
right?
122.
122 sacks. Okay.
Usually that gets you in. Usually the plateau of a defensive line, of an edge rusher is 100. Usually that's the number that gets you in. He has got 22 plus.
Right. He was a top draft pick. He has
number 1 overall.
Right. He has 120 plus sacks, and he won a Super Bowl. Every other person in that category gets into the Hall of Fame. The reason he didn't is because 2 reasons. He started with one team and ended with another team, and so the team. The media from that city has to pump you up and sell you and promote you.
Arizona is where he started with.
Right, and Arizona said F him because he went to Tampa, and Tampa was so worried about Sapp and Brooks and all these other guys that were really legends here that Simeon never got the push.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
But hold on,
Simeon's best years were here.
Right, I know that.
You know what the push should be? The push should be right here, baby. Your stats. That's the push.
I agree with you, Bubba. And he got screwed. The other reason he got screwed is because because he's not one of those corporate NFL guys. As soon as he was done with the NFL, he moved on to something different.
Right. He didn't go on to ESPN to be a commentator.
No, he's not an assistant coach.
He didn't go on to the NFL to be a contributor like Dion and Michael Irvin and all those guys.
Or broadcasting.
Or Warren Sapp.
None of that stuff.
Simeon Rice to be inducted into the Bucs Ring of Honor. Simeon becomes the 16th inductee. Will be honored during the halftime ceremony of Tampa Bay versus the Arizona Cardinals in Week 13. Dan, if you can pull some strings and get a hold of Simeon, see if we could do maybe a Zoom call with him.
I think we could do that.
Absolutely. And just to, one, congratulate him on this, but also say, Simeon, they're screwing you. You should be in Canton, buddy.
He really should be.
Led the NFL in sacks from 1999 to 2005.
Well, this might be the first step. I mean, it's tough to get all the way to the Hall of Fame if your team isn't going to embrace you first.
It's really disgusting because the guys here just did not really push him.
And was he a troublemaker?
Not at all.
No, but they had like those lifers like the Sapp and Brooks and Lynch and Barber, like those guys that were here for such a long time.
Right. That core group.
They all got put ahead.
Lynch, Barber. Now, is Rondé in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Well, if Rondé's in, is John Lynch in?
Yes.
I think, is Allstott in?
No.
Because you know why? Fullbacks weren't really recognized. Right. But meanwhile, he was more of a full tail. Meaning,
he ran tailback.
I mean, he was big as a fullback, but had moves and realistically, he ran like Earl Campbell.
He got the carries of a running back when Dungy was here.
Yeah, well, does he have the stats to make it in the Hall of Fame? No, he doesn't.
No, his injuries really hurt him.
Simeon Rice. By the way,
Simeon Rice is probably one of the top edge rushers of the last 20 years.
Mike Allstott story for you. There was several team doctors, that were telling Tony Dungy or Gruden, I don't know which one, he can't play again.
It was Gruden.
It was told Gruden he can't play again, and Gruden's like, oh my God, don't tell me that. Daddy Joe Diaco, head team doctor, overrode every one of them, and said he can play.
Mm-hmm.
He can play. It would be an absolute freak of nature to pinch what area is that these guys.
His fracture didn't make it more dangerous. So these guys just like a fractured neck, he's got to quit. Fractured neck, got to quit. Dad's like, wait a second. And he tried to really understand the dynamics of it and had another doctor support what he was saying. They said, listen, it doesn't matter.
Did your dad actually bring one of those skeletons in and show Gruden like this is the like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the L900 that's broken and it's not going to affect, if he gets hit in the head. But he would have had to mandatorily retire from the other doctor's recommendations had Dan's dad, Dr. Joe Diaco, fought for him and probably got him another 3 years.
Yep. And at Dad's funeral, Mike Allstott mentioned that. He said, listen, I just owe your dad so much because,
He spoke, did he not?
He didn't specifically speak, but he came up to us as we were receiving everybody, and he was really, so gracious and
How
so
many
thankful.
Buccaneers showed up to your dad's funeral?
15. 20.
Really?
There's a lot. There's three groups that showed up more than I expected. I expected, 15 Buccaneers to show up. All the Glaziers and those guys all showed up as well. I was surprised at the number of people from the airport authority that showed up because literally every member that had anything to do with the airport showed up. There must have been 30 people from the airport.
But your dad was on the airport commission.
Right. And then the police presence. And I'm still humbled by it. The 21 motorcycles and all the other police that were there and escorted his body from the funeral home. And Bubba, remember when you went to that funeral and that policeman from South Florida was screwing around on his phone during the funeral? Yes. How disrespectful it was?
Yes, I got him in trouble too, by the way.
Right. Well, in contrast to that, Chad Chronister, the sheriff, opened up volunteers for Dad. And he got his 21 people, and then he closed it. And when I went to the funeral home, they were all the police were in one room. And, it was a separate room from everybody else. And not one of those deputies was on their phone. They weren't talking. It was like they were in church. They were quiet. Respectful.
You know why? Because Chad Chronister is respected, and his boys respect him, and then he knows, and he demands protocol, and the guys that work for him bust their ass, and he leads by example.
It was noble. It was honorable. I shook every hand. I couldn't hold back the tears.
One of the guys I'm not going to mention who, but one of the guys on the motorcycle crew is Bubba Army.
Yeah, he's our guy.
Big time.
Big guy.
Mr. Clean.
Yeah. He's awesome.
I don't know that he's missed a barp yet.
I don't think he has.
I think he might be a 6-ringer.
I was wondering if he was going to put a cap in Gene last year or this year.
Oh my God!
He was so irritated by him.
This is a Hillsborough County motorcycle cop, okay? And he's pretty thick. Like he's like
Iggy, but 3 inches shorter.
I mean, Seth, are you familiar with the guy, Mr. Clean?
Yes.
Okay. And we call him Mr. Clean because he kind of looks like Mr. Clean. And he's jacked. He's probably 5'11", 260.
Hard.
Yeah,
jacked.
touch him.
Yeah.
Like straight jacked. And Lasker, and he knows who Lasker is, and knows Lasker's an outlaw. And usually cops and outlaws don't get along, just naturally.
It's like that coyote and the roadrunner.
I told Gene who he was. I said, Gene, see that guy over there? He's a cop. So just stay away. Oh, he's a cop, huh? I go, Gene, stop. I'm just asking you, please. Just keep away from him. What's Gene do? Make a beeline for him. So I warned Mr. Clean that Gene's here. Mr. Clean's like, I'm not on duty. I'm celebrating with my Bubba Army. This is my, I didn't
care.
I'm not here to arrest people. I'm on my own time. I'm having a few cocktails. I might Uber home. Whatever. And so Lasker walks up. So I heard you're a pig. I go, oh my God, oh my Jesus. And Mr. Clean goes, hey Gene, how are you, buddy? I'm good. I was doing good till I found out what your job profession was. I was like, oh, Jesus. God. Gene, please. He goes, oh, no, we're cool. We're cool. Because you know what? I'm riding my bike home, and I ain't going to be stopped. Like, Gene just starts getting into all this kind of stuff. And I was just like, and Mr. Clean, to his credit, is like, Gene, you can do whatever you want to. I don't care. I'm not here in the capacity of a police. In fact, I think there's 4 or 5 cops that are Bubba Army.
Yes, there is.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
And ex-cops.
Yeah, so Gene made a beeline for him. It's like, oh, I bet you can't ride your motorcycle as good as I can. And Mr. Clean did stand up for himself. He goes, I bet you I can ride it better. Because those motorcycle cops, they go through an extensive training.
And they're on their bike 8 hours a day.
Right. Lasker, weekend warrior. Let me tell you something. See the pipes on the back of mine? You know why they're all scraped up? Because I do wheelies on my bike. And Mr. Clean goes, well, that's something that I don't do. I don't do wheelies on my bike, Gene. So anyway, Simeon Rice, about time the Bucks put this guy in 120. Tell me right now, you could probably go to the National Football Hall of Fame and find, I don't know, a ton of people that have less than 122 sacks that played the same position as Simeon Rice that have been inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I wonder how many people have had actually more than that. I wonder what that is on the record list.
He's 21st all time.
He is?
Yep.
Yeah.
But he led the league for 6 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
Led the NFL in sacks from 99 to 05 with 100. In 6 years, he had 101.5 sacks. What is that a year?
It's
I don't know what it is.
That's like 17.
5 straight seasons with 11 or more sacks. He has 8. I can't see that how little that is. Has 8 career seasons with 10 or more sacks, tied for 7th in the NFL. Owns 5 of the top 10 sack seasons in club history. Became the 5th player in NFL history to record 5 straight sacks of 10 or more. I mean,
Hall of Fame material all day long. Super Bowl, first pick. Overall pick. He absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame. And it's again, he got put into an area that stacks so hard with these lifers, like Seth said, the Derek Brooks and the Saps and the Lynch
Yeah, but you
and
know
the
what?
Barber.
I attribute this to the Green Bay Packers 1 and 2. The Green Bay Packers, the 66 and the 67 Green Bay Packers, where they won their first 2 Super Bowls and they were the most dominant team in the NFL. They were so many guys that made the Hall of Fame that some good guys got left out just because there were so many.
Too many?
There were so many of them that got in. I think to this day, I don't know if Jerry Kramer's in or not. Maybe he is, but he was one of their big pulling guards in that big infamous Packer Lombardi sweep. So I think Simeon Rice is kind of in the same situation with regards to his team was so dominant, and there were so many Hall of Famers that came from that team of core guys that came through the Buck organization that he's kind of regarded as not rightfully, but as kind of an outsider, you know. But Dan, see if you can contact him,
Okay.
and see if you can we can do a Zoom. Is unbelievable. Did you see we had John Morgan on yesterday?
I know.
Did you hear Alex? And you know what? did you hear what Alex did?
I heard Steven alluded to it. I was already in the office seeing
I
people by that
texted
point.
Steve and tell him to shut the up. I think Steve gave him a couple stink eyes, but Alex Stein was just I was like, I'll get into that here a little bit. The more I thought about it, the more I got pissed off on it. When you're a guest of a show,
You got more angry yesterday?
Kinda, just
wow.
because of the protocol. But I'm over it. Let's celebrate Shador and his contract. 4 years, $4.6 million. Meanwhile, Lummy, had he been in the first round, God, how many would they cost him? $30 million, something like that,
I think
probably.
it said that about
something $30 million.
Yeah.
Shador has signed a 4-year, $4.6 million rookie contract with the Browns. 2 of Deion's sons are now signed to NFL contracts. I don't think that Shiloh actually has a deal yet. I think they've signed him, Lummy, but I don't know if he's got a deal until he makes the team. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he's got some kind of deal to show up. They're paying him. They cut some kind of deal.
Yeah, according to this, he signed a 3-year, $2.96 million deal.
Yeah.
Who, Shiloh?
Yeah.
It's almost as good as his brother.
Well, no, but I'm saying is that it sounds like he's going to make the team.
Well, they signed that deal, and then he may even be the practice squad, but he's still getting paid to play pro football. It's incredible, Bubba, that these guys are making more in college than they're going to make in the NFL.
When we return, the Seahawks and the Indianapolis Colts, then we'll close out our football stuff. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Trump talked to Putin for 2 hours yesterday. He thinks he can get this deal done. If Trump could get that deal done,
oh yeah,
that would really. And now, is he making any progress in Israel / Palestine? Is he making any?
He got the last American hostage released.
Okay.
And then he backed off a little bit, didn't he?
I think somebody told me that Bibi asked him to.
Well, they started kind of bombing again as
Israel did.
As they were trying to get talks going.
And I think that when Israel starts bombing again, I think that Bibi wants Trump to kind of back off so Bibi can say, like, this is us. This isn't America. This is us, Israel. So, well,
they want the last 20 or 30 bodies. They want I don't know.
We'll get into it. Okay, stand by.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
How about some Rumble Rams? More importantly, we might break our record. Is it 26?
I think we said it was 26 yesterday.
I think it's 26.
So TNT?
26054. I think it's 20.
Beast Metal?
It's 26,000 plus. I think Grouper Lips knows the number.
You deserve it.
I think Grouper Lips knows the number. Give me the number. Hopefully we can beat it. more importantly, you people on Rumble, if you could follow us, that would be. I love the thumbs up are great. Thank you, but I need a follow, so we don't look like we got all these viewers. People be like, oh, it's bots and shit. So if you could follow us, I like to get over 10. Today's Tuesday. Can we shoot for over 10,000 by Friday?
Followers?
Hey, Robo Goldberg, keep fucking around and you're gonna get blocked, okay? I'm just gonna fucking tell you that right now. Keep fucking around. I saw it the first time, and you're gonna get blocked. So, you got me?
Ford caviar tacos.
So keep fucking around and being a dick, and I'm just gonna block you. I got 14,488 other motherfuckers that like me.
What's up, Big Red? CC.
What's up, Big Red?
A wrestler.
Hey, PayPal.
Nick. Actually,
thank you, 67 Ford.
Fuck you.
Thank you, Gloria Zach, for your 2 contributions yesterday, my love. Thank you. Thank you, Snook Slayer, for the money last night. That's right, Robo Goldberg. Fuck around and find out. I just timed you out for 5 minutes, so we'll see what the fuck you come back with, you stupid motherfucker.
Who are we talking to?
Robo Goldberg.
Robo Goldberg.
On.
Just being a straight. His message every time is, "Did you know the Undertaker ran the locker room?" So that's funny. First time.
Yeah.
But three times in a row.
On what?
So I just timed him out for 5 minutes.
What was he on?
It's kind of like a running bit.
Yeah, well, it's a bit that I don't think is very fucking funny.
Cancel the bit.
Yeah, cancel the bit.
On Handor.
And I'm trying to get Seth, just let you know, everybody to start following us. We got these nearly 15,000 on here.
Right.
Follow us. My goal is to see if we could get 10,000 followers by Friday. I don't know if that's going to fucking happen. Semi-Auto Glass, how are you?
Is there a thing on Rumble that says follow?
Yeah, I think so.
It says, yeah, it's right next to join.
Right next to join. See?
No, I mean like on the screen, like on our screen, like.
Well, not the persons are following.
Hey Gary, instead of hit the thumbs up, can you also put in there, please follow us? Something of that nature. Yinzer, Bubba's Great and Rice. Oh, I guess we got a new song. Whites for Warren. Okay. I see Whites for Warren.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What?
What? Whites for Warren. I'm
Yeah.
scared.
Are you scared?
Yeah.
Hit the follow button so you never miss
Yeah.
a show. That's right. Hit the follow button so you never miss a show. And more importantly, maybe Gary, tomorrow, if you could put that up on the screen.
You're not for me.
Hit the thumbs up, hit the follow.
I remember when Kyle Shanahan stuck up for Raheem Morris and they both got arrested in Indianapolis. At a bar.
What?
Look at Wagsy. Mics are on. So everybody be
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy. Tease. You know Tease?
Love Tease.
125
Tease.
on the PayPal. Tease figuring out by electronic means. Tease isn't very electronic friendly. She likes to do things with cash. But she's now on PayPal. Thank you, Tease. Her and Snook Slayer in the last 2 days. How about that? That's new money. Appreciate you. Make sure if you're watching us on Rumble that you go to the follow button. I don't know if this is an obtainable goal or not, Lummy. I know that when we first started getting on the front page of Rumble, I think we were what? 6,100 or was it 7,100? I don't know.
It was in the sixes.
Yeah, and well, it would be great to get to hit 10.
Yeah.
And we're at 8,290.
We're 8,300 now.
So 8,300 now. So keep following us so we can hit that 10K so we don't look like a bunch of jobbers. The Seahawks aren't the only team warning their season ticket holders about repercussions for selling most or all of their tickets. Supposedly, the Colts now are telling people that fans' renewal eligibility may be impacted by excessive reselling, and the Colts have set similar letters. So how can the Colts?
The Bucs started doing this like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, but how do they monitor it?
They have.
They can see when the tickets go up on the resale sites.
And transfer, yeah.
Do they got stuff like some software that picks up all the tickets that are on the resale sites, and then they track that down to who the original ticket owner might be? Is that how?
Everything's electronic. So they can follow everything, and they can put the work in to go see if you're unloading all your tickets. But the Bucs started just randomly doing this. I remember years ago. I feel like they were one of the first franchises, and a lot of teams are doing this.
Well, the Bucs used to suffer a lot because there'd be a lot of games here where there would be more of the other team's color than Bucs colors.
Yeah, Chicago,
Green Bay, every time.
Philly, Dallas, any of these really big franchises there'd be more Bears fans than there would be Bucs fans. There'd be more Packer fans than Bucs fans.
And the Lightning were restricting wearing other teams' jerseys in certain areas of Amalie Arena, too. So a lot of people wanted to cut down on the amount of visiting fans, in their stadium.
So the Seahawks and the
Still
Colts.
a dick move.
Well, it's kind of your ticket to do what you want with.
Exactly.
And do they still got seat franchises, or are they thrown those? Is that now not a thing?
It's not a thing anymore.
Remember back in the day during when they first built Ray J, they were making you and they were making you buy like a $1,500 seat franchise, and then the right to buy season tickets.
Yeah, they don't do that. They just make you buy like a year in advance now. So
regardless of what they do personnel wise, they got you locked in.
And if you do cancel, it's a huge fine. You don't get your deposit back. Yeah.
As more information's coming out about the Mexican ship, and listen, I got a ton of grief because I called the river that the Mexican ship was on the Hudson River when really it was on the East River. So thank you for the corrections in such a very rude way. I don't know New York that well. The only
they
river.
all connect the rivers, don't they? They're all circled, surrounded by river.
It's technically the East River he was on.
It's one borough to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's one place I don't want to live.
Go Knicks.
Easy. I'm a Pacer fan.
Oh, I forgot. I'm so easy by myself. I don't even mean it, man.
Wow.
I didn't mean that. Hicks versus Knicks.
Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Hicks versus Knicks. Man, don't make fun of those Hicks.
No, they could
know how
be.
to play.
A lot of people are picking them.
Isn't Halliburton unbelievable?
Halliburton's great. NBA voted him the most overrated player. Now look at him.
Is there a chance that the Greek Freak could go to Indiana?
No.
Where would the Greek Freak end up if he was going to go somewhere?
They're saying New Jersey or
Nuggets?
Toronto right now.
Who's the Greek Freak?
Giannis,
the guy from
he's from Serbia.
He's from Greece.
Oh.
You're
thinking of Joker, the Jokic.
Oh, okay.
Who they're saying the guy from the guy from Denver, who they're saying is by far hands down the best player in the league.
Oh yeah,
by
Jokic?
far.
Yeah,
Jokic.
Absolutely.
So where does
he's heavy and drinks too much?
No, that's the guy from
that's Luka Doncic.
That's Luka Doncic.
I get so confused.
Now, what if you had Luka and the Joker and the Greek Freak all in one team?
Well, that's a dynasty for the next 8 years.
Could that happen? Could Denver get the Greek freak?
Well, LA would have to acquire. I mean, LA's got Luka, and so LA would have.
How many more years does LeBron got? 2?
He's going to hang around another couple to play with his son Bryce, who's going to be a freshman in college this year.
Hold on. So Bronny didn't work out, so now he's going to wait for Bryce.
Well, he's going to play with Bronny and Bryce, and then he's going to be done.
So is Bronny?
Bryce is good.
Oh, is Bryce better than Bronny?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
How narcissistic is that? I'm going to keep playing until I can recycle through all my kids that are in college.
But he's still got juice left. I mean, they need help around him, but LeBron can still play.
Yeah, well, I mean, aren't they disappointed in the fact that he hasn't? I don't think has he won a championship in LA yet?
Yeah, they won. They won the COVID year in the bubble in Orlando.
Okay, but not near like they thought he was. They thought he was going to be the next Kobe. They thought he was going to be the next, Magic. They thought, that he was going to bring them instant championships, and I think he's only brought them one. I mean, would the LeBron James experiment in LA be considered a success or a non-success?
A success.
Okay. Would the Greek freak from Milwaukee consider LA the Lakers?
They said he wants to stay on the East Coast.
Boston? You said New Jersey?
I heard New Jersey or Toronto so far.
Who's Toronto got this good?
They probably have a lot of draft capital.
The Mexican Navy ship that ran into the Brooklyn Bridge sped up right before the crash, saying that they are investigating why it took place. The investigator in charge, Brian Young, released new information on the tragedy just moments before the ship ran into the bridge. The ship requested help from nearby tugboats, but it was too late. Much like I said yesterday, it looks like the tugboats were headed that way. They just didn't get there in time. And I'm assuming, Dan, that the tugboat probably would have just tried to smash into the hull of the boat
and push it out
and to
push it away,
stop the collision of the bridge, not worrying about the damage it's going to do to the hull of the boat.
Oh no! You sacrificed the boat to save the bridge.
Right. We do have we do have a bit of a time where the ship was maintaining a constant speed of about 2.3 knots, and then the speed began to increase. There's something that we're looking at as part of our engineering assessment into the operation of the bridge. According to Young, the ship increased in speed, going from a little over 2 knots to about 6 knots when it hit the bridge. Well, I can tell. I don't know anything. I'm not an investigator on this deal. I've never been to this area, but I do know this, that when you get near large pilings or bridges or things like that, that they create somewhat of an undercurrent sometimes.
Yeah, there's little eddies and
yeah, and so a lot of times that will suck your boat into going a little faster because there's like little mini tornadoes going on around these pilings. Am I right, Dan? You're you're a boat captain. And so that's why, as it probably got closer to the bridge, it starts hitting some of these undercurrents.
Mine got sucked in faster.
And I got sucked in faster.
Because it was going in reverse, and I didn't see much of a wake.
And, usually getting sucked in faster is better, unless you're getting ready to hit a bridge. So now this woman here, she has no idea. She's just some.
By the way, is this a sailboat, even though it has an engine?
All sailboats have engines.
Yeah, all sailboats have engines.
Okay,
so they can navigate.
Because people were saying how stupid we were that we were saying the power went out on a sailboat yesterday.
Well, I understand that, but you can see that the sails aren't deployed.
Yeah, I mean you can see
the only way it can move is by a motor.
A motor. So had they had the sails deployed, which by the way takes quite a bit of time and manpower.
That's why they had so many people on the boat. It's a lot of stuff.
You got to understand this sail, that sail, and this sail. All
those masts each has 4 or 5 sails.
Right.
You're talking 15 pieces of cloth plus the front ones,
and it takes 4 or 5 dudes per sail to be able to navigate it around and move it around and lock it in position. So and it's not usually advised to sail in small areas because sailing you need to be out into the sea where you can't hit nothing. Sailing is
it's not precise.
It's not precise, and there's so much there's a lot of art involved in it, and you got to know what you're doing. And you're not going to sail around a harbor. That's when you're going to put the sails up and start putting around on. Now their motors that they have aren't really big big ones to make it go like 22 knots or anything like
no,
that.
they go like 5 to 10 knots. They're slow.
Right.
They're slow, but
The
it's just
motors are
enough to
made-
guide them into a harbor.
The motors are made for harbor and small maneuvering, when they're in like for instance, when they were in this East River putting around, they would be on motor because there's, sails are too unpredictable. So the motor, stopped, and they didn't have any way to navigate the boat other than to steer it. And it looks like, Dan, that, perhaps they didn't have enough room to turn it around or any propulsion to turn it around. And at that point, just like a jet ski, most people get in trouble with jet skis and wreck on jet skis when, you're riding your jet ski and you're coming up to the dock.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not quite in the spot you need to be. You need to go a little bit more to the right. So people turn the steering column to the right. Well, they don't hit the gas, the propulsion, so it won't steer.
No, there's no keel or rudder on a jet ski.
Right.
It has only to do with the direction of the propulsion.
So,
you don't have gas, you don't have steer.
Many times people have been out, and jet skiing, and they're getting ready to. They're trying to pull up to their buddy or something in the middle of a bay or something, and they'll let off the gas and try to put on in. Well, they're headed right for their buddy, and they're turning their thing. Well, unless you give it a little bit of gas, it ain't gonna turn. You're gonna hit your buddy.
Yeah, but
you're gonna
they
run
have
right
now,
over your
Bubba,
buddy.
They got reverse now on jet skis.
Oh, they got
strong ones.
They got. Oh, I know.
It brakes in reverse.
Yeah,
it'll stop your ass.
So here's a girl that I think looks to be Mexican. And she's, I think
she's from New York.
But I think this was a big celebration thing. This was
she won that boat in the background.
Well, yeah, these people all at the dock. I think this boat was supposed to dock relatively close to the bridge, but not hit the bridge. It was supposed to dock where all these people are gathered in celebration of what this Mexican boat tour is. So I think that's where a lot of people get off, go to a restaurant, do whatever, and then they're like, in 2 hours, get back on the boat because we're headed to Iceland.
Yeah, they were going to refuel.
Yeah, so Dan, they were going to probably pretty close to where this girl is standing. But it's my understanding that this right here is the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah.
And so she, her boyfriend or whoever is taking this footage of, oh my God, look at the pretty Mexican boat's gonna tie off right next to me here. It's gonna be a wonderful video. Here it is. Well, at this point, man, it's not gonna go good. And that bridge just cheese grated it right on down to zero, did it not?
Boy, this is some edit with fading in for the fading out of the music going into the real life noise.
I know.
I love when my hair is done. I love when my nails
Yeah, and I think it hit the bridge too, Dan. Like, look, hold on. See, right there.
Yep.
I think.
I think the piling is protecting it. Everything's all peaceful until the bridge hits.
It's all good.
Until it's not.
It's all good until it's not. See, here's what I understand. If I'm the mayor of a particular town that's got a detention center, and I'd like to get a hold of the detention center and see how you guys are treating the immigrants, and it's within my jurisdiction to do so. So I call the warden or whoever's in charge and say, can I get a tour of said detention center so that I can make sure that you're treating the migrant? Well, first of all, I'd be the first. If I was the mayor, I'd be like, I could really care less what you guys are doing with them. Like, as long as they're off my streets, I could care less if they get bread and water. And in fact, I would.
Human. You got to have some compassion.
I would be like, I'm not even. Just tell me you're treating them okay. Oh, you were doing okay, good. But when you're a person of authority, you have to realize that even though they're within your jurisdiction, that you're not God. If you're the mayor of this New York, I don't think this is Eric Adams, the mayor of New York.
No.
This is some other crazy bitch that's from like a smaller area suburb of New York that might be she's a mayor, I guess. And she got she was demanding to go into these various areas that you don't have access to, and they arrested her, which I think is cool.
Is this the Monica McIver?
Yes.
She's a New Jersey representative.
All right, so she's a New Jersey congresswoman. Woman. And she wants to, she's a Democrat, and she wants to make sure that these ICE detention centers are, humane. But there's some areas that, probably for her own safety, she can't go into. And so at that point, you have to respect that, right? I mean,
They don't have jurisdiction in there.
I know she thinks she does.
I know, but
and they
she
arrested
doesn't,
her.
obviously.
Well, look at the whole girl.
She's pretty.
Told you about tracking out of Newark, New Jersey. The city's mayor, Ras Baraka, arrested today in a private ICE detention center. Baraka and other New Jersey officials were visiting the facility to allegedly conduct oversight there. Interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba accusing the Newark mayor of trespassing.
She was she was Trump's attorney.
Yeah.
She was the one that she and Chris Kise did most of the heavy lifting in Florida.
The mayor of New York, maybe they read this.
Ignoring warnings from Homeland Security to remove himself from the Delaney Hall Detention Center. New Jersey Democrats are reacting to the arrest. Governor Phil Murphy demanding Baraka's, quote, immediate release. And Senator Cory Booker calling it, quote, disturbing.
So, Lummy, what were they doing? They were going into areas that they weren't supposed to be going in?
They were rioting outside the fence trying to break in.
Right. And they're like, you stop rioting, stop causing a fuss out there, we're going to get you. And they're like, you can't get us because we're, U.S. congresspersons. And they're like, oh, yeah? Well, you know what? We answer to Tom Holman. And he says, we don't care. And boom. The first self-deportation flight from the U.S. lands in Honduras with U.S. citizens, children. So kids that were born in America, but they were born to illegal immigrants. Now, did you know they get $1,000 too? They give the kids $1,000.
Everybody gets money. Everybody gets a car.
The first flight carrying migrants who choose to self-deport via the United States app. You go to this app and you tell them who you are and how many kids you got, who your wife is, and where you want to go to. They get you a flight and they give you $1,000 per person. Anyway, the first flight in this, which is all generated through the I Want to Go Home app, is part of the Department of Homeland Security's initiative offering free flights and $1,000 stipends to those that landed in Honduras. A group of 38 Hondurans arrived at the international airport on Monday afternoon after applying through the mobile app. Hey, Lummy, at least it shows the app works.
It sure does.
The mobile app provided by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. There was a bit of everything. There were mothers and children. Each one was given $1,000, including the children. Garcia told reporters at the airport, saying that up to 19 children had arrived. So 19 kids were on board.
Think about how many tortillas they can buy back in the homeland with $1,000.
At least 4 of the children were born in the U.S. and 1 was born in Mexico. They left the U.S. with their Honduran relatives to avoid family separation, according to the Honduran migrant director. In this case, the U.S. makes the decision along with their families that they return to the country so that the family disintegration does not occur. Of one of those who departed, Wilson Salinas, or whoever, said that after he requested to be removed, authorities flew him to a hotel in Houston, Texas, and from there he was dropped off at the airport and provided food for his flight home. You know what? Sounds better than them showing up at your door and busting it down, putting you in handcuffs, taking you to the local detention center.
Well, I don't think people would be signing up for the self-deportation if they didn't see what was already happening and wanted to avoid that. So they get the $1,000, they get to stay with their family, and they get to go home. I can see why people would make that decision.
Yeah. I mean, because they're seeing, like you said, Seth, they're watching the news and they're seeing people that aren't doing it this way and what's happening. Hell, we're even locking up Congress people that try to cause some problems.
That's right.
So,
get them out of here.
If you're a Honduran guy and, you're not necessarily killing it on money and you want to keep your family together and you can make $4,000 and bring the 2 kids and they give you, they give you $1,000 for each kid. You get old girl, and it sounded like they put them up in a hotel and fed them.
Well, before
because
they deport,
because the guy next door, ICE just knocked his door down, and everybody left in handcuffs. I don't think they're getting $1,000. I think if they have to come get you, handcuff you, process you, I think you're getting nothing.
You get nothing if they get you. If you volunteer yourself, you get $1,000.
This would be a great Netflix documentary.
Following these people.
Yes, don't you think?
Yes, brilliant.
It would be.
Idea.
It would be. I mean, it would be interesting to get with a guy that Netflix opens up and it shows this guy going to the app, the government app.
Aren't you backed up on documentaries right now?
Well, I got mine. I'm trying to get mine out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can't be producing another one right now. Jeez.
Trying to get mine out. My God, you wouldn't believe the documentary game, how dirty of a game it is.
Yeah, I bet.
Because you get all of these entertainment lawyers that are afraid of their own shadow, and they tell you all the absolute worst things that could potentially happen. And it's just you got fair use situations. You got. It is absolutely. I've just become so frustrated. I mean, this has been a 4-year process.
I know.
It's just killing me.
I'm excited to see when it comes out.
Well, you've seen it though, haven't you?
Yes.
I think everybody's seen it.
I'm excited to see it.
Are you still going to buy it?
Of course I am.
Of course he is, man.
I hope you do.
Where's he sign it?
I'll buy 5.
You're gonna make your whole family. You're gonna give gift certificates out for Christmas.
That's right.
Your dad's gonna get a code to watch my dog.
That's right. My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother.
When we
everybody.
return,
Your son's graduation gift.
Yeah.
When we return, Donald Trump says he's gonna end this war, my friends.
Right.
Maybe the end is near. He had a 2-hour talk with Putin yesterday. So we'll get into that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
We're not way behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We're 20 minutes behind.
We'll catch up easy.
Yeah. I just completed a 2-hour call with Putin.
Nuggish. Ellen close.
Man, they're saying the Pope wants to host the negotiations.
Pope does?
Everybody's trying to help out.
So miss the mark. Thanks, Sugar's nerd. Good morning.
This war is going to be over in 2 weeks.
Pretty sharp job, 27 months.
I got a feeling.
That tonight's gonna be a good night.
What's up, Cretan? Morning, Thomas Kilson.
Creatine. Snook Slayer, thank you for the money yesterday. How about giving me some more?
What's up, Nats fan?
Mr. Mark. Big Red, good morning.
Macho, meow.
Not much. Emerald TV. Never trust for it.
All right, I'm sending you a text. T-shirt Will wants your opinion on this. Dr. Dan, not only are we a show, but we're also a fucking medical consultant fucking thing.
They're upset.
I'm now
What is that?
It's a synovial cyst.
Who has that?
T-shirt Will. He says, I'm going to consult at BioSpine today. This is my lumbar.
Okay.
Can you ask Dan what he thinks of Dr. Bono at BioSpine? Sorry to bother you. I didn't want to put this medical stuff on the air. The cyst is crushing my spinal cord. Well, hold on. We'll answer it on the air.
Thanks much. Okay. That looks significant.
We're gonna have to put that up on the big screen, right?
Yeah.
It's a good picture.
Hold on, man. I'm gonna have to send it to you.
Okay.
Let me get it to the lum, because we are. Not only are we your favorite show, but we're also your health management consultants as well. You better fucking give us a few dollars for this consultation, Will. T-shirt Will, I better see a fucking 50 for this one.
Oh no.
19, 8 and growing, Lummy.
Here we go.
Let me know when you get that sent.
Right on it.
Because tonight's going to be a good night.
County.
Sitting right there.
Over 20K. Rizzumble. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, bitches.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you. Lummy, you got to get a hold of Sirach.
I sent it to you.
And tell him, man, you're killing it for us. We bitch a lot. Bubba's a bitcher. Fat ass bitcher. But he also is appreciative when things are working out nicely.
Do you know if we sent that little care package out to him?
I got to get a hold of Merch Crick.
Okay.
Merch Crick was a little under the weather yesterday. She had to have a procedure done yesterday, which required me to go. I had to go because they had to put her under a little bit. And
you can't drive home sedated.
Oh, my God, and she was completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
That's fun, though, isn't it, for a little while?
No, I told her to shut up. I told her to shut up and sleep.
Did you try to abuse her limp body?
No, I did not. I said, why don't you lean back and be quiet because you're talking nonsense. I'm trying to return texts and emails and all the other things I do when I drive.
Ray, $10.
That you're not supposed to be doing. And if you're half asleep and not with it, you won't bitch at me about it.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's okay. She had to have a minor procedure.
I mean, do I need to blow in a text or
No.
Is this concern I'm showing enough right now on the air?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's feigned concern.
And by the way, for the 20,500 that are following us or watching us right now on Rumble, welcome. I am Bubba the Love Sponge. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And below me is Dr. Dan Diaco, a well-known, world-renowned plastic surgeon. And then we got Seth Kushner and then Lummy, the executive producer of the program. Seth Kushner, the co-host.
Wyatt Harris, $50.
Thank you very much, my man. Thank you. So first things first, T-shirt Will, who's a very big, very, 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 Bubba Army and Bubba Army royalty, if you will. Is T-shirt? I don't think T-shirt Will's in the Hall of Fame.
I don't think so.
Oh. Anyway, he texted me this and says that
he's in the Hall of Fame.
Is he?
Yeah, they came in 2 years ago.
You sure?
Yes.
All right, we're going to hit right at 21,000. For that 21,000 on Rumble, man, can you hit the follow button so we can get that over 10? Appreciate you. So he's going to T-shirt Will. Not only will your favorite show that talks about various topics, from everything from the Pope getting a Bears jersey to the Mexican ship that hit the Brooklyn Bridge to Trump having negotiation talks with Putin,
to the best 18 asses on the internet.
To the best 8. We opened up the show at the best 18 asses on the internet. I mean, come on now.
And only 10 of them were really good.
Yeah. And so anyway, we also have a doctor here who it knows, just because he's putting in, butt implants, Botox, Morpheus, hair implants for men, and the best set of boobs the best set of boobs a woman could ever purchase. But he also is very, very familiar with, the entire body.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Oh, thank you, Egg. Keep water sanded. So he's going to T-shirt Will, Bubba Army Hall of Fame, has, I guess, some type of cyst on his spine. And this is a picture or a picture of an X-ray, and he's going to see a doctor, which, Dan, I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Bono or not.
I mean, I've heard of him. I'm not really super familiar with him. But
you're going to BioSpine. Now, Lummy, is BioSpine right across over there by the World of Beer?
Yes, that's where I thought it was.
I think that's one of their 2 locations.
Yeah, BioSpine does a lot of endoscopic spine surgery, and they're good at taking care of easy stuff. But when it comes to something like this, it may require something a little bit more...
Evasive?
Yes, invasive. And so I know that before I let anyone in my family or friends get back surgery, I make them get a second opinion. And I like, my favorite back surgeon in Tampa is a guy named Anthony Marino, Moreno.
Dan's older brother?
Tony Marino. Yeah, exactly.
Dan, took you a minute to catch on.
This guy went to medical school with me. And I want to tell you something. We like to joke that I'm a good-looking guy. This guy is a handsome man.
So this guy,
he's one of the best-looking guys I've ever seen.
Hold on, and that comes from a good-looking dude.
Right, he's a handsome fella.
Does he roll around like you do with Porsches and Lambos? And
yeah, he lives in Corbett Isles.
Now, can a high-end back surgeon make what a high-end plastic surgeon makes,
or more? Yeah, because he did a lot of LOP stuff too.
Because why? Because there's more people needing back surgery than needing boobs,
and it's not economy sensitive.
Right.
So he's always making money.
Whereas meanwhile, if I'm doing good and I'm killing it, I'm going to take my girl to get some new boobs from you. But if my business downturns and I'm not killing it, I'm calling you up and canceling because I can't afford that. But meanwhile, you're back, and most decent insurance don't even think twice about back surgery, right? I mean, they usually approve of that.
Yes, but there's also different ways of doing it. You can do fusions, you can do decompressions, there's all kinds of stuff, and there's a kind of a protocol. You have to do A, then B, then C, and they do the radio frequency ablations and all that stuff. But I've had several friends that were told they had. Now this, obviously, you have a synovial cyst, which is a sac of fluid from the synovium, which is the lining of the spinal cord canal. And that's just where the spinal cord actually, it's so low in his lumbar spine that's where the actual spinal cord breaks into what they call the cauda equinus, which is really horse's tail. So it's
is this kind of down by your ass?
It's right above your ass. Yes.
Right. It's kind of like what most of us would just laymanly call our tailbone.
It's just above the tailbone.
Okay.
Yeah. That last little guy at the bottom
is it where it kind of ties in? Is it kind of where your back of your spine ties into your tailbone?
Yes, it's 2 levels above that.
Okay, and he's got that circular thing that looks like a little donut? Is that not supposed to be there?
No, it's really just those white stuff, which are, you can see there's strands. You see, like right below the cyst, you see there's 4 distinct white bands
right here
underneath it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right here. 1, 2, 3,
4. Right.
So
that's where the spinal cord split into like a horse's hair.
Hold on. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Right?
Correct. And that's where the spinal cord is not one tube. It splits into a bunch of little finer, smaller tubes. So it's a little safer in the sense that, you're not going to like completely take out something if there's a problem. But
now what's the problem? This right here?
That right there. What it does is it pushes on the nerves, and pressure kills a nerve.
When you say a cyst, is it like a pimple-like deal?
Yeah, might as well be a pimple. Like a pimple on your cheek is a pimple. It's like a pimple,
It's a
in your spinal
pimple
cord.
on your spine.
Right.
So can they go in there and drain that pimple and maybe
take
cut
out the lining
and cut the cyst
the
sac
capsule,
out?
the sac, exactly.
And then is this area supposed to be all black?
No, it's supposed to be white.
So is it that black area that's the cyst?
The black is water.
And so is he supposed to have this bone? Is that bone?
No, that's a little nerve, and it's a little water, and it's a little cyst all mixed up together. So it's got to be meticulously dissected off the little nerve fibers. Otherwise, you're going to have a neurological deficit afterwards. So it's a very fine surgery. I don't know that this one should be done endoscopically. You see all those fine fibers underneath it. So it's a very, very dangerous surgery.
It is.
And so
could it paralyze you?
Well, at this point, this low in your spine.
Could it make you not get a boner anymore? That's all I
what we
care
do
about.
more. And you have problems with incontinence and
boner.
and no boner.
So I think I'd live with the cyst as long as if you're still getting a bone.
No, Bubba, because if it keeps growing, it's going to kill your boner and kill your bowels anyway.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole problem. Is the bigger it gets, it pushes on a nerve, and once there's pressure on a nerve, it dies.
Oh,
it's dead.
So he's got to get this out, or he's eventually going to lose his bone.
Right. He's going to end up pooping all over himself with a lip D.
Oh, that's the worst.
Wouldn't that be the worst?
Seth,
no erection.
I can't think of anything worse, sir. Pooping on yourself without an erection.
Yeah, that's a sad scenario.
You might as well be in the nursing home.
Exactly. Who wants to live like that?
Yeah.
With a soft, soft noodle surrounded in poop.
So Will's got this. He's going to have a consultation with Dr. Bono, but you're saying
he's going to have no Bono if he doesn't do it right.
So here's the deal. You're saying to look up Dr.
Marino, Moreno in Tampa. And he also has an office in Pinellas County.
Right.
And I trust him with my life.
Can a Bubba Army guy play the Dan Diaco name game?
Yes.
Can he roll in and say, Doc Marino, I just want to let you know I listened to the Bubba show and I've had a consultation with Dr. Bono, and after listening to Dr. Diaco on Bubba's show, Dr. Dan Diaco, well-known plastic surgeon, he recommended you as a second opinion.
Yes.
And Dr. Bono would say, well, oh, my God, Dan, I went to medical school with him. And even though I'm a good-looking dude, he's a good-looking dude.
He was one of those guys. He dated a girl that her dad was an entomologist, a mosquito scientist at University of Florida. The girl was a ballet dancer. She was so good that she ended up being on the Miami's ballet. Like, she was a member of the Miami Ballet, whatever you call it. And
Miami
Ballet Company, whatever it was. And so she was a professional ballet dancer. And he was one of those guys that, he was straight as an arrow, good looking, clean cut. He was very methodical. He studied really hard. And he'd always have his coffee. So, Norm Jr., Norm Canella.
Yeah.
We all lived together. Norm, Tony, and I lived together in a condo in Gainesville. And so Norm and I were a little more deviant, a little less straight.
You guys were a little bit more nasty.
Yeah. And so one of the things that we did to Tony was we took his coffee and we emptied it and we put decaffeinated into the big can. And so for days he was dying.
So lethargic, he couldn't get out of his own way.
Gallons of coffee and nothing was working. It was so mean. So
anyway, listen, Will, go get a second opinion from Dr. Marino. And then take it from there.
A lot of people avoid surgery, man. I mean, I think you do need surgery, but you need the right operation, because if you go in there the wrong way, you may burn a bridge and not have the ability to get the completely cleaning off that cyst. And endoscopic may not be the right answer.
How does Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, now listen, I don't care what political affiliation you are, but how do you blame what happened on this Mexican Navy ship losing control and crashing into the bridge? How do you blame that on Donald Trump?
Well, they were looking for the Gulf of America, and they couldn't find it.
After being... Oh, Jesus. Where's my thing at here? I don't know. You know that I have the morning zoo.
It wasn't on their GPS.
So, after... Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was ripped on social media over the weekend for suggesting that Donald Trump was partly to blame for the Mexican Navy ship losing control and crash. Yeah, After being fully briefed on last night's Brooklyn Bridge accident, one thing is predominantly clear. There are more questions than answers as it relates to exactly how this accident occurred. I'll tell you how it occurred. The boat's motor quit.
Engine failure.
Engine failure. Schumer said at a press conference after the 150-foot tall Mexican Navy training ship reportedly experienced a mechanical issue. Right there. That Chuck, that tells you everything you need to know. Reportedly experienced a mechanical issue before its masts crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, killing 2 cadets on the ship. Bridges serve as critical transportation arteries for commerce, emergency response, and daily travel, and many span key waterways that are vulnerable to both natural and man-made threats. The Coast Guard plays a critical role in monitoring and securing these areas, deterring potential terrorist attack. No, but this wasn't a terrorist attack. This was a sightseeing, celebratory type deal that nobody, that was not a threat, never posed as a threat, and the motor quit. At the same time, maintaining a structural integrity and the safety of Americans' bridges is critical to the economy as well as the well-being of communities. A failure or attack on it was not an attack on a bridge. Now, if the report came back that the Mexican captain, said, praise Allah, and decided to jam the boat right into the bridge, then maybe we have a terrorist attack, and maybe the Coast Guard should have known about the intel and what have you. But just to be on a straight mechanical issue, and where the captain actually tried to get tugboats to stop him from hitting the bridge, this is just politics. And you know what? These politicians are stupid. They should pick and choose the fights they're going to... Like, this makes him look stupid. Right? Well, pick and choose your battles.
I agree, and this just like I said before, if Trump walked on water, they'd criticize him for not swimming, and it's just a disingenuous criticism, and it's no one's fault.
Schumer went on to say that DOJ implemented hiring freezes at the Coast Guard, arguing that it impeded the Coast Guard's vehicle traffic system, which works in a similar fashion to the air traffic control system. Yeah, you know what? When the ship got a hold of whatever dispatch telling them they're going to go into the East River, they didn't go, ship 94626 headed into the East River. We're going to go ahead and dock right there by the bridge at the docking area. We're going to refuel, then turn this thing back around and head back out. And we're planning on our motors shutting down too when we get close to the bridge, and we're going to go ahead and take out, our entire mast system, killing 2, and having the bridge stop us. Over. Can I get an approval on that?
And that's attacking a rock with a stick. You know what I'm saying? That the ship fractured when it went underneath the bridge. The bridge laughed at it. It's an overbuilt bridge. It's been around for a long time, made out of a lot of metal. And the last thing you're going to use to disrupt that bridge is a 200-year-old wooden sailboat. Come on, guys.
2 things. 1, nobody on the bridge got hurt.
0.
2, it didn't hurt the bridge.
Nope.
So keep the bridge out. Keep the bridge out your mouth, bitch. Hello, who's this? Had somebody
in Fort Walton Beach.
Hello?
Kenny, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So, first of all, I've been listening to you since you were with 98 or 99 Rock.
Yeah.
Love you.
Out of Fort Walton. You're out of Fort Walton Beach?
Yes, I am.
And
anyway, I love the show.
Listen to us now on 103.1 Florida Man Radio.
Yes, every morning.
Along with Shannon Burke in the afternoon.
I don't do afternoon because I'm working or busy, but I listen to you every morning, and you're my news outlet because you're fair, because I love that you have a process that everybody gets to hear. You don't come on the air and just say this is what it is. You learn, and we can learn with you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you guys are golden. Everybody should learn from you. What I wanted to tell you is, other than that your show is so good about fact checking. So the ships that you're talking about, it was Mexican Navy training vessel. They do that voyage every year to train new sailors. That's all I have to say.
Oh, well, thank you for your insight on that. More importantly, thank you for being such a kick-ass listener in Fort Walton Beach. We're looking to go up there and do an appearance soon, my friend.
I know. I'm looking forward to that. I wish that you would give your contact info a little more often online because I have a busted-up hand. I've been trying to get your email address right for 3 days.
Oh, it's Bubba Army HQ. What is it? Let me Bubba.
Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yeah, show at BubbaArmyHQ.com is our email.
Excellent.
All right.
Okay. Yes, I got it now. Thank you so much for being real.
Thank you. Thank you for calling, and thank you for listening to us on Florida Man Radio.
Send pics.
You betcha.
Thank you. Send nude pics. Kicked out wide.
See if you're number 19 on the internet.
Yeah, let's see if your ass is better than the 19 ladies before you. I'm sure that it is. You sounded you sounded a little bit sexy.
She did have a sultry voice.
You sounded a little bit naughty.
Yeah.
A little sultry, if you will. Thank
Smart
you.
but naughty.
Yeah.
Take those librarian glasses off.
I like that.
Throw your hair out.
Mm-hmm. Get that hand all fixed up, and let's go to town, honey.
You ever get a handy with a cast?
No, I've never had a handy with a cast. I'm afraid it might, hurt.
Chafe.
Lummy, we're only 1,000 away from breaking our all-time world record.
Let's go.
Was it 26.3?
Yes.
26.3. And we're at 25.1 and gaining.
You ever date a girl that had like a cast or a brace or anything like that?
I'm not into that stuff like you are.
No, but just I went with a girl that had a leg brace. It was so annoying.
Like a permanent leg brace?
No, she had hurt her leg. She had surgery coming up like in a couple weeks. No,
dating polio bitches?
She was an athlete, and she had hurt her leg. She had surgery coming up, and everywhere she goes, she'd hop along like
Yeah, it was a turnoff, right?
It was such a turnoff.
Yeah,
and it was just temporary. I still hated it.
Be like, man,
those skimpy bitches are for the streets, man.
Yeah, yeah. When you're a guy that rolls around like you did back in the day in college, Dan, with a Porsche, medical school.
So how you get your leg in my car?
Good looking. I think you maybe pass over the gimpy bitch and go right for the the gymnast on the University of Florida.
The
girl that does the uneasy bars. Did you ever date a gymnast?
Yes.
You did. Are they the absolute best?
They're great, but they're tiny.
Yeah, but you'd rather be with a tiny girl than a big girl.
When you're my age, you date a tiny girl that's in her 20s or 30s. You're gonna feel like it's a pedophile thing. So it's just
but
tiny makes you look younger.
I'm talking about when you were in college, my friend.
And even then, I just felt like it just the tiny girls seem like they're kids. It's weird to me. I don't know. Really small girls, even if they're 30, they seem like little kids to me because they're so tiny.
Donald J. Trump, our president. And said, declared on Truth Social. I just completed a 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Everything's going to be okay. He said that, believe it or not, it went well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations toward ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties, as it can only be. Am I assuming that he now, prior to this phone call, Putin did not or wouldn't take Zelensky's phone call or would not talk to him? Zelensky, I should say.
Yeah, I think they had no communication going back and forth.
Listen, Putin, won't you just talk to the? I know he's really irritating and he thinks his jokes are funny, but please just take the meeting. Now, can Putin talk? Can Putin speak English?
Yes,
he can.
Not as well as he speaks Russian.
I'm sure that
yes,
Trump. I bet Trump can't speak Russian.
I don't know. Probably not.
Do they have an interpreter there?
They probably have a set of them. Yes, they probably have American and Russian, so they make sure they're not misinterpreting.
Right.
They're probably checking each other.
Right. They got a guy. Because you know what?
Go after yourself. Because
you could completely screw it, man. President Trump said, "Go after yourself." They're Poot.
Yeah, Melania probably speaks Russian.
Oh yeah. That's what Trump probably offered him. Listen, Putin, I know you got the hots for my wife.
You got the hamburger burglar.
we can do like a P. Diddy freak off kind of deal in Greenland.
She'll pee on you.
Nobody will ever know. The conditions the conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties as it can only be, because they only know the details of a negotiation that nobody else would be aware of. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do a large-scale trade with the U.S. when this catastrophic bloodbath is over. And I agree. So do we now not, for the most part, trade with Russia? Nothing.
We've stopped.
But
we should.
Do they have stuff we need, and do we have stuff they need?
Yeah. So you have like clothes and food, and they have oil.
And so it could be advantageous for both of us, right?
Yes, and again, the whole purpose of this and the whole concept of a global economy is that if you're in trade with a country, you're not going to be at war with it. And so if both countries are mutually reliant on each other for trade and money, they're not going to go to war over it. That's the bottom line that Trump is betting on in the Middle East, in Russia, and everywhere else he's intervened. If I do business with you, Bubba, I'm not going to want to fight you either.
Essentially,
we're doing business.
Send me a little news story on this.
News story.
And also, one other thing. Negotiations are supposed to be secretive. They're not supposed to be out in the open. That's why when you do a negotiation for a lawsuit, it's privileged information. What happens during a negotiation is secret. It never goes out in the open.
I mean, mediation.
You just see the end product.
Mediation, right?
Mediation. Any kind of negotiations. They're all private.
It gave it to me, and then now it's being a real ass, and it's giving me a buffer up Willie. See it?
Oh, come on, ABC.
Come on here. Okay, it gives me that. Okay, boom. Maybe now I got it. Here we go. No, now it's giving me a skid steer ad, which you can tell what I look. You can see what I look at during my
pressure on the Russian president for an immediate ceasefire.
This is George Stephanopoulos, who was wasn't he in the Clinton administration?
He's one of his press secretaries.
Yeah, exactly.
President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin.
And you know what? I've always liked him, too.
He's a smart guy. Yeah.
I've always liked this guy.
He's a smart guy.
Lummy, we're getting deadly close to breaking our all-time record.
You're over 26.
26,090. 26,300. 26,300 will be the record.
President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin in a 2.5-hour call where he appeared to back off his pressure on the Russian president for an immediate ceasefire. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has the story. Good morning.
Now, did Biden ever even attempt this?
No, Biden created this. He went over there and he sent Kamala over there, who was like a bowl of China cabinet, China closet, and she was pounding her chest, and we're taking, NATO's taking Ukraine, and Russia. She did so much damage that Russia invaded Ukraine about 3 days after she left Europe.
Martha.
Good morning, George. The call between Putin and Trump was lengthy and seemingly friendly. The two addressed one another by first names, but there is no sign that anything significant happened in the pursuit of peace.
Man, she's looking. I mean, if I'm Good Morning America, I want my hottest, freshest faced.
Yeah, she's Good Night America.
Oh my, yeah, she's good. Yeah.
God. Overnight, President Trump at a Kennedy Center event at the White House saying his call showed signs of progress, referring to the man who started the deadly war as a gentleman.
My little conversation with a nice gentleman named Vladimir Putin.
Despite the laughter, Russia's brutal assault on Ukraine now.
I think we've officially broke the record.
Yep, 23,350.
26,350. We might hit 27,000.
That'd be awesome.
Thank you to the fine people of Rumble that are helping us promote our show. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show, based out of Tampa, Florida. We talk about everything: politics, sports, the 19 hottest asses, Judaism, Catholicism, my fatness, my ineptness, Lummy's stupidity as well. It all gets thrown in there and lumped together as a show. I've been doing content for 40 years. Appreciate you supporting the show. Now, more importantly, go hit the follow button. Lummy, I'd like to get 10,000 followers by the end of this week.
That'd be awesome.
Please.
On its fourth year, shows no sign of
this war is going on 4 years.
Yes.
Stopping, despite President Trump's optimism right after the call.
I think something's going to happen. It's a very...
Isn't it amazing how Trump on Truth Social paints this as an optimistic thing, but NBC, CBS, ABC reports it as kind of a nothing burger. Like, that's the disconnect that we have. The truth is in there somewhere, but it's like the media is just so not throwing this guy a bone. What would be wrong with them saying, taking for what Donald reported on Truth Social, saying that the president, you don't got to put it on yourself and necessarily say that you came up with the synopsis, but you could say the president reported on his Truth Social platform that things look to be headed in the right direction. Right?
Yeah, you could also start with a historic 2-hour meeting between Trump and Putin to help stop the war in Ukraine.
The first real meeting that the head of our country and Russia has had in nearly 4 years.
Biden couldn't stay awake for 2 hours, let alone have a 2-hour negotiation.
Plus he was worried about he had a nodule on his prostate. What in the hell?
Plugs.
You can see that I look at skid steer attachments on my free time.
Big ego's involved, I tell you. Big ego's involved.
Big egos, none's bigger than mine. There is mine. The way we rake the egos would be mine, Putin, and then that comedian Zelensky, who came over here to the White House and tried to act like a real horse's ass. But the next day, then we got it handled.
But I think something's going to happen, and if it doesn't, I'd just back away, and they're going to have to keep going.
President Trump may want it to wrap up, and Ukraine's President Zelensky certainly does, already committing to a 30-day ceasefire, but there were no breakthroughs with Russia.
Here's the prick right here. Right? I mean, this is the prick.
Yes.
This is the prick. Donald wants a deal, including, perhaps some trade language in the deal with us and America. Trading, exporting things from Russia. I'm sure Zelensky, he wants this to be done. This little mother effer, this guy right here, man, he's the prick.
No indication that Vladimir Putin intends to join a ceasefire, and no indication of any real pressure on Putin.
I said, when are we going to end this, Vladimir? I've known him for a long time now. I said, when are we going to end this bloodshed, this bloodbath? It's a bloodbath. And I do believe he wants to end it.
Trump also reaffirming his trust in Vladimir Putin, but saying that Ukraine and Russia should do the negotiating now, suggesting the two sides meet at the Vatican after
let Pope Louis get up in there.
Yeah, there we go.
Leo.
With his Bears jersey on.
An invitation from Pope Leo to host any meeting.
Now, historically in society, with regards to world wars or other wars, maybe lesser known wars than World War I and II, but has the Pope stepped in other popes stepped in historically to try to negotiate countries getting along?
That's a good question. The Pope actually fueled the Crusades, so it's sort of the opposite.
Yeah, I mean,
war and religion seem to be very closely linked over the last few thousand years.
Now, do Russian people, Russian natives, and Ukrainian natives pretty much believe in the same
Orthodox?
They're all Orthodox.
All right, so they pretty much believe in the same religion. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because, if you had like us and Dubai, we have different beliefs.
Well, that's what happened in Yugoslavia. There's three cultures in Yugoslavia. There was the Croatians, which were Catholic. There were the Bosnians, which were Muslim, and the Serbians, which were Orthodox. And so they hated each other so much that they had to split the country into 3 different countries.
So since Ukraine and Russia have pretty much the same, for the most part, the same belief system and religion, then maybe the Pope really could have some say-so in this.
Here's a problem, Bubba.
You think Putin's such a dick, though? He probably didn't even recognize the Pope.
I think he recognizes and respects the Pope. It's not the leader of his church, but it's it's a major leader, and I think he respects that kind of power. The Pope does have power, but what people aren't really appreciating and don't want to talk about is that the eastern quarter of Ukraine is Russian. And when it was the Soviet Union, the borders within Russia were about as important as the borders in America. Who cares if the Georgia-Florida border moved 50 feet or 50 miles? No one would really care.
No, in fact, we would be, we probably should give them a little bit.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
So they're saying
the USSR, the border was irrelevant.
So you're saying the area that they're fighting for used to be Russia.
Yeah.
So what's the big deal on giving it back to Russia? It doesn't really change the integrity of Ukraine. And as long as it's not down there towards the southern part where there's a port area, which strategically could...
Crimea is a different argument.
Right,
but
that's what I'm talking about.
The third that they've occupied, that eastern, quarter of...
The northern quarter part.
The northeastern...
Let them have it.
It's theirs.
I'd be
it
like,
should have been theirs.
If I'm Zelensky, I'm like, you can have it.
But see, he is, the former comedian / penis piano playing guy, crossdresser, is so narcissistic that he refuses to give up anything. And he wants to give nothing to Russia. By the way, Russia kicked his ass. He's lucky that he was able to stop them at that line because that's all Russia wanted. They don't want all of Ukraine. They want that little sliver on the east.
They want what they've already occupied.
What they've occupied, which is filled with people that identify more as Russian than they do Ukrainian. The border used to be over there more. They changed it. It went back and forth over the last 100 years.
But there is no indication anything has been scheduled.
Since the war, has Putin and Zelensky met in person?
I don't think they have.
Ukraine's President Zelensky, who spoke to President Trump twice on Monday, said he reaffirmed to Trump that Ukraine is ready for a full and unconditional ceasefire. But if Russia is not ready to stop the killing, he said,
you want to stop the war, put her on the front line. Nobody wants to cross that line.
Must be stronger sanctions. George?
And that's what we've seen for the last several weeks. Okay, Martha, thanks.
They met 6 years ago.
So before the war. They haven't met since the war.
Yeah.
There's a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create a massive amount of jobs and wealth. Its potential is unlimited. Likewise, Ukraine can get a great beneficiary on trade in the process of rebuilding its country. Negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately. I've also been informed that President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, Ursula von whoever the hell, the president of the European Commission, and President Emmanuel Macron of France, Prime Minister, a bunch of mother effers from Germany and Italy, and the President of Finland. I guess all are pulling for this to probably end as well. Immediately after the call, so all these people called Trump after his call with Putin. Man, I'd be getting tired of talking on the phone. I'd be like, I don't want to talk to the dude from Finland. I'm busy. Tired. Somebody make me some peanut butter sandwich. The Vatican has also represented by, which was represented by the Pope, has stated it would be very interested in hosting the negotiation. Please let the process begin. Yeah, so be it. Let the process begin. The sooner
Wouldn't you
the
love
better.
though to live in the White House, Bubba, and have like a 24-hour chef and all that stuff? Wouldn't it be fun?
I'd be 600 pounds. I mean, like if I could just literally, order up a cheeseburger and some onion rings. Like, I mean, like, what keeps me from, is actually having to get up, order it, or make it. That keeps me in my recliner.
That keeps you thin?
Well, it keeps me thinner. I mean, I'd be a complete...
President Bubba, we have Vladimir Putin online. Tell him I'm eating.
No, but I mean, like, think about it. They got a full staff at their disposal at any time.
Yes, it's like a full 5-star hotel.
And I like milkshakes. I do.
Right.
But what's keeping me? No straw.
You don't do a milkshake with a straw?
No,
because that's not manly enough.
I just don't use straws at all.
Really?
I never use a straw.
Really?
Ever.
Even for a milkshake?
I don't use a straw for anything.
Really?
I don't like straws.
It's this thing against straws?
I kind of do.
I thought that was unfair when they ridiculed who's the guy that ran with Kamala?
Tim Walz.
Yeah, because he drank with a straw. I thought that was unfair when they teased him for that because he was drinking a milkshake. I think.
The other thing is this: it'll give you crow's feet on the side of your lips.
You do it all the time.
Yeah, if you're sucking a lot of straws.
Well, I don't know girls that are very good at fellatio that have those lines.
Well, I don't fellatio.
Well, and you don't suck on a straw, so you never get those lines. Your lipstick will never run.
Right, exactly. We might as well delve into the P. Diddy stuff. I mean, it's not going away. And we heard John Morgan yesterday said he had dinner with, what was it, 11 or so of his, I think Seth, and he said 8 to 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
He had dinner 2 nights ago with 11 of his attorneys, and they went throughout the room, and it was 8 acquittals, 3 convictions.
Yeah, a lot of people say that the case against him is disorganized and doesn't really make sense. And
the case against him is that yes, he's a freak. He's a freak. He likes to do a lot of freaky stuff. This is where they're going to get him, though. All these male escorts that he hired, they're going to get him for sex trafficking. Even though hiring a hooker is just hiring a hooker. It's not human trafficking.
Kidnap her and send her from California to New York with handcuffs.
Hello,
drugged up.
Rhonda the hooker. Yes, Rhonda the hooker. How much would it cost for you to come over and take care of me? $500. Fantastic, Rhonda the hooker. I'll send you a car service. Well, Rhonda the hooker happens to live in Jersey, and I happen to live in New York. Now it's across state lines, and they're going to get me for a human trafficking deal when really Rhonda the hooker just wanted 500, and 500 roses, and I had 500 roses to give. And I was a little gummed up and needed relief. That's all this is really all. It really is.
It's just gas money.
But they would get me for Bubba human trafficked Rhonda the hooker, and it was across state lines, so it's considered a federal willy. When we get into it, we'll start more. Again, I don't think this is going away. What are they saying? 2 more weeks? 1 more week? On the P. Diddy deal?
Well, is he going to mount a defense? The defense could either sit and rest, or they could mount a 2 or 3 week argument.
Do they put him on the stand? I say no way.
No way. No
because
way.
He opens himself up to cross, right?
Yep.
And then it's over.
Well, I think they'll get so much out of him that they don't want heard. So I wouldn't put him on the stand, not in a case like this.
When we return, here are the faces of Diddy's freak-off escorts, all men. I guess these were the men he was hiring to blast Cassie Ventura, and maybe urinate on her.
It's kind of not the guys that I expected him to hire.
No, not at all.
Expect?
I'd expect good-looking dudes.
Yeah.
Really good.
That guy top left's good looking?
Yeah.
He's not P. Diddy's type.
No.
You know P. Diddy's
He doesn't look like Justin Bieber?
What's that, Seth?
You know what P. Diddy's bodyguard said?
What?
That Diddy would take, this is gross.
Oh, God.
That Diddy would take the juices and rub it on himself.
Oh, you mean a man juice?
Yeah.
You mean the man party juice?
Yeah.
So he'd take
for your skin?
He'd take a man's party juice.
I'm unsure, Dan.
Dan, you should tell us whether semen's good for your skin or not. You're the skin doctor.
Yeah,
is semen good for your skin? And if it is, that's great for a woman. But is it? I mean, do you necessarily want to be scooping your own semen up and slathering your face up? Answer the question.
I don't think so.
Exactly.
Or what are these fine gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. I don't want to take this guy, this dude who's hanging 10 with Jay in Costa Rica this weekend, and then taking his semen and rubbing it on my face. Hell, I don't even like my own semen to be like I don't like semen to be on me at all, including myself, including my own semen.
Right.
Like I'm like, I need to take a shower immediately.
You shower after sex?
Oh, hell yeah. And I take my wiener out, and I get the
WD-409.
No, I get the dial antibacterial and stretch Armstrong on it right on out and try to really wash it thoroughly.
Get underneath that foreskin.
I'm circumcised. You know that.
Use dish soap on your unit.
I'll use any kind of soap on my unit. Doesn't matter. My unit's industrial.
Wow.
I'll use janitor and the drum on it.
Well, you had before.
I did before when I got crabs.
Do you ever use that orange stuff?
Oh no! You can't use the orange gritty hands.
Yeah.
No, you cannot use like the goop hand cleaning stuff that mechanics use to get all the grease and grime.
Oh,
No,
that grease.
the stuff that's got the sandpaper in it.
Yeah, I thought it was better gription.
No, the better gription, my ass. You'll chafe the hell out of your wiener.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
$29. 27 to 29. And that is on 5/20/25. You can tell us when they took us off the front.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think we're there till 8, weren't we?
We were. Yeah, 8 o'clock, and they got that other one they've been putting up at 8. I think you talked to Remy Lack with 100. Coming back to you, Moncho. Coming back.
So we don't really go into that kind of stuff on the show. We try to stay out of that, even though we're aware of it. We know that she's out talking and she's doing her, her rounds again. And we question why, right? Sometimes I like to question why, because that does matter, for what we're doing in here. But the why matters. But anyway, back to Syria, right? They essentially, in a roundup, without getting into all the details, they put a really bad hurt on Syria.
Dark match, that's funny.
And then we had Assad in there, this whole progression. And
yeah, whatever. Get out of
TJ
here.
Roy, they cannot make you testify. But if you testify, they can subject you to cross.
Yeah, if you don't testify, they can't do shit.
They can't cross-examine you. But if you choose to testify, then they can come back.
Then they will come fucking get you.
They will get you. Yeah. Unless you are perfectly innocent.
Unless you're like Bubba Clem,
Right.
and I've never not taken the stand.
Right. And so, but when you're like that lawyer that killed his kid and the wife and stuff like that, he took the stand, he just looked like a douchebag.
Right.
Because he was guilty.
Well, remember, you don't remember this, but we...
I remember that you kept losing the mock trials until you took the stand.
Right. I
understand. That's why mock trials
We
work.
lost 4 in a row.
Right.
Then they put me on, and we won it by like 90%.
Because you're convincing, you're endearing, you're honest.
We put me on the first time, and I didn't really own it. I just kind of circled around it, and it was like 60-40 win. So then we put it on the second time, and I said, yeah, I did it. Mm-hmm. And we also do the puke challenge, and we also do a bunch of stuff that offends people. We do a bunch of offensive things on my show. And
it's not illegal.
And we did it.
It's not illegal.
And that was when we scored 90-10. It's when we just said, yeah, we did it. Like, we did it. And then they loved it. And have you been to that real high-tech one where as the jury's watching,
it goes up and down, you can see
they have a red and they have a red,
green,
a neutral, and a green button, and if they like what they're hearing, they green it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then they'll go back and look at match up your testimony with what they were saying.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's getting better. That's how you don't know sometimes. You hear it. It's got to come out of your mouth. It's got to be heard. It's got to be processed.
Yeah.
It's hard to predict. It's like, computer simulations for Arrow. It's good up to a point, but you gotta run it in the wind.
Man, I want to paint Dan's car so bad. It's just a blank canvas.
And is it screaming to you for paint?
Yeah.
What does it say? Paint me.
It's just splat. Just do one of those splatter jobs.
Kind of like a Banksy.
Like an abstract.
Like a Banksy abstract.
Well, I don't know if Banksy's abstract.
I think Lummy missed.
We have that Rachel Warren too.
What?
Yeah. We're next.
Warren, you look younger every day, man.
Just for you, buddy. I'm like P. Diddy. I use my.
You're Benjamin Button it up in here. The haircut unlocked fucking Lummy's eternal youth.
Yeah, I did. With the hair product.
Yeah.
I mean, your wife's got to think you're hotter.
There's no product in there, is there?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks
I didn't use like the hard stuff. It's like the soft.
like the LA Looks gel.
Yeah.
LA? Did you just pull an LA Looks out?
Yeah.
That's cheap too.
That's the only gel I know.
Seth pulled out an LA Looks.
It's the cheapest gel on the market.
Is it still on the market?
Yeah. That's what I use. It's $3 for a huge jug of it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or BubbaArmyTips.com. All of that is at the Bubba Army. So get up on there a little bit if you want. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you to Rumble too for the promotion. Set a new record today. 27,229.
Wow.
Lummy, we're growing and growing, my friend.
Yes, we are.
I know you 21,000 that are on there right now. Hit the follow button if you could, please. Thanks. Appreciate you. Appreciate my boy Srach, Vivian.
Average Joe, $100.
I gotta talk to him. I gotta talk to Aaron.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be by today because he's doing the airport today.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Yeah. I need to call him up. Have a couple words with him.
Oh.
Got a new little gimmick going on.
Nice.
Oh, sounds good.
Oh yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Lummy, so this is Cassie gives extremely graphic sexual testimony. I don't know if this is old or not, but this is P. Diddy trial news. Here are the faces of Diddy's freak off male escorts. These are the four gentlemen. Now, have they?
One has. I know one has.
One's testified.
Yeah,
just one.
I believe so. I mean,
Yeah,
was Cassie on the stand again yesterday?
I don't
know.
Think so. I think this might be. Let's just hear a little bit of it because Seth, I think this might be maybe a little bit old.
Steve Ventura is still on the stand.
Yeah, because I think she's off. I think she's well gone because they're afraid she's going to drop baby at any time.
Testifying, and some of what she got into here, we will give you a warning. It is a very vivid description.
Well, that means we can't get to it fast enough.
Yeah, Cassie's off. It's one of a former artist of Diddy Combs, and then I think a bodyguard.
Let's see if indeed this is stuff we've already heard, or in that case we'll move on. Yeah, former bodyguard and a former artist, right? Is that what was?
Yeah, former artist, former assistant.
Thing that happened during at least one of the freak-offs.
And again, a lot of this stuff that they're I'm not sticking up for P. Diddy. I'm not. I think he's a piece of shiz. I think he should be in prison. I wish they could have got him somehow way. I'll tell you what he is 100% guilty of, and that's domestic violence and beating the crap out of a woman.
Yeah.
That's not what he's charged with, unfortunately. I wish they could have gotten that to the table. But they didn't, and so I don't know necessarily him having men pee on her, and him rubbing their semen on him, is not what I'm into, or necessarily by anybody's standards.
But it's not
what
illegal.
most people, but it's not illegal. And so I mean I think they're trying to make this as salacious as they can, and it's offensive. It's offensive probably to most conservative people that don't roll like that sexually, but I don't necessarily know that it's illegal. And I think they're trying to confuse the issue. I think they're trying to dirty him up so bad that the jurors misconstrue the law. What were you going to say, Seth?
The singer that was one of the witnesses, Dawn Richard, who was in Danity Kane, she testified also that
Danity Kane was that female group he had, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that she saw and heard abuse, multiple times. So it's kind of still going along the lines of that, he's an abuser.
Right.
but it's not. I don't think it's showing some of the other things.
And this came up in opening statements, and this has to do. And again, if you're going to be offended by this,
I mean, I don't know why they attached something that potentially is a week old onto a brand new story, because the new story, I think the male escort testified in the last day or two, so I could see where we would get that story from TMZ. Why they would paste this on from, I think this is opening statement stuff.
You're squeamish, you don't want to hear this. But this, the prosecutors brought this up, that the sex worker, they said, urinated on Cassie during these freak-offs. What Cassie testified is it was more than
it was
sex
just
worker.
A sex worker.
It was Diddy.
Diddy as well.
And again, God, isn't she just absolutely drop dead stunning?
Oh, she's beautiful. Yeah.
I mean, beautiful. And
you look at him. Do you look at
her.
him differently now?
Yeah.
Hearing all
I
this
look
stuff
at him.
about
I look at him as a monster. I mean, listen, I'm a freak, and I probably do stuff that people, don't do in their bedroom. But I'm not peeing on, like, he's just.
Hey, what do you think her husband? I mean, I don't know.
Her new husband, right?
Yeah. What? I mean, because he wants to kill Diddy.
He needs to write a book immediately.
But I don't know when. I mean, did she have to sit down and tell him all of this?
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
Did he find out anything on the stand that? I mean, it's.
Well, do you talk about like the last time your ex-boyfriend was peeing on you?
Yeah. Hold on. No, but when it's fixing to be the biggest federal trial in American history,
then you
yes.
give the heads up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're not, facing charges, or you're going to be the star witness for the government about said interactions, then no, of course you don't tell your girl. But if you're, if you're in one of the, one of the most salacious federal trials in the history of our country, and all this stuff happens and it's going to come out in court, you don't want your significant other that you have 2 children with, now pregnant and soon to be 3, you don't want him exposed to this for the first time on the stand, right?
Right. No, I agree. But again, he was accused of drugging and raping people. So did he drug her and rape her or not? Did he drug her and let her be raped or not? Or are there other people?
I think their drug use, and please, everybody participate, Seth, Lummy, whoever. I think their drug use was mutual. I think that he probably provided it, bought it, because, drugs are expensive. But I think that she willfully, I don't think he was open up in her mouth, shoving Somas and Percocets. They had a very big
GHB where she's all passed out.
They
and
had
floppy.
a very big, they both had opiate problems. So, I mean, there's probably some portions of where he did drug her, because maybe she wasn't in the mood, or...
I mean, he provided the drugs.
Right.
For whatever that's worth.
Right.
Provided versus forcing are two different things.
Yeah, I think there was maybe some forcing, but she testified that they both had bad drug habits.
But she said, Dan, she also admitted that she had to be numb. She had to be numb for these encounters.
Right, so he would have
and they would last for a long time, like 1 or 2 or 3 days straight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like 3 days.
I mean,
Man,
some girls are sore
get-
after 10 minutes of sex. I can't imagine
Here's
how
the deal,
a sore
man.
person would be after 3 days.
I can go like 20, 30 minutes, and I think I'm a rock star. Then once I get my, once I ejaculate.
Come on, you got to take a time out after 20, 30. Come
Shower,
on.
No, I can go 20, 30 strong.
Nice.
This isn't soccer.
I'm yes, I can breathe. I'm not in Denver.
This is like hockey. It's shifts. 2 minutes. Rest.
Well, yeah,
2 minutes. Rest.
That's not
It's
straight
not basketball. It's hockey.
It's not straight 30 minutes of pounding. It's 30 minutes of, little foreplay, little oral, little insertion, back to oral, back to over to yippee-yo.
Check my messages.
Look at my phone, make sure Lummy ain't got whatever.
No.
But then, right, when I get done, when I get my party, when I'm done.
Get out of here.
Like, I'm done. Now I get, party remorse, and I'm like, I need to take a shower immediately. And, I couldn't even fathom like having this person hang around for another 2 days. I mean, what are we eating breakfast? What are we having lunch? What are we having dinner? Then we're having sex, and then like what? I want you out of my place as much. I mean,
So if this was like 10 years ago, Bubba, and you had a girl at your place for the weekend, I mean, would you have sex with her like once each day?
No, maybe twice. Maybe twice.
So those would be
But
the 2
not-
showers?
Oh, probably 4.
Edition.
Right. The prosecutor says, did you want to be urinated on?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she says. And then how often did it happen? She says, often enough.
And she says it was
God, she's so beautiful. She is so beautiful.
Disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, so they were so much urine that she choked on the urine.
Jeez.
Why were you choking? It was too much.
Even if you were into getting urinated on, you don't want to get choked out on it. Yuck.
Well, that's battery. If she's getting urinated on against her, and she doesn't want to be urinated on, that's battery.
But again, I don't know that there's any battery charges on the table.
They could do lessers.
Urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want him to urinate? No one could think I wanted
to hear this again.
Wanted it. Why were you choking? It was too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you?
And again, man, I just want everybody to know this is a news story. I'm not trying to be overly titillating or anything like this. I'm playing a TMZ news story. This is testimony in federal court. Like, if that's not airable on FCC airwaves, then I don't know what is.
Sean, did you want him to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
Then it gets interesting. The prosecutor says...
And you know what? I don't want anybody urinating on me either. Keep your pee to yourself.
Why didn't you say no? Presumably before that, she had said she never said it. And she says, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men.
I think that's the key testimony here. We talked about yesterday.
And where's this urination being taken place? Because that could really mess up your deposit on your hotel room, having to clean urine up.
Yeah, but did they put plastic down with all the baby oil?
Oh my God,
it's gross.
Why don't
Just
you just go to
imagine
the
baby
shower?
oil and urine and plastic and ugh.
I hate to be.
Smell.
They need to. You know who I want them to testify? Diddy's cleanup crew.
Yeah.
Well, that might be the assistant. That might be where the assistants come into play.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Hey, Seth, you're my. Like you and I are his assistants. Yeah, we got to go clean up urine, baby oil.
I mean, I don't know if this is too Ray Donovan, but I mean, wouldn't you think that Diddy has like a fixer, like a what do they call it? Yeah, like a fixer, like on staff ready to go.
Yeah, but no, like maybe legal. I don't know. I think he had a chief of staff, like a woman that would kind of kept this all together.
Somebody took Cassie to the emergency room when Diddy whooped her one time. So
yeah, I'm sure he has a fixer, but you can only fix so much.
That the prosecutors teased this idea of urination being so far outside of the norm that no one would consent to it that was rational or a reasonable person. That's what she's saying on the stand. Of course I didn't want to be urinated on by two men, so don't say this was part of our consensual relationship.
What the defense...
But again, and I'm not sticking up for Diddy, but I don't know that urination is illegal, and I don't know that it's part of the 5 counts that they have against him. There's 5 counts, conspiracy and racketeering, then like human trafficking, transportation to promote human trafficking. I don't know what the 5 are. Maybe you can find them for me.
I think is going to do, and I'm just guessing here, is they.
And I'm thinking that the government, Dan, is trying to take this jury through a path of shadiness that's so shady that even though it's not really a part of what if the 5 counts are, that you just find him guilty just based on the ancillary shadiness, and that they kind of confuse the jurors. And again, I don't know if
which is why a lot of this stuff shouldn't even be there if it's not having anything to do with the charges.
The judge is letting it in.
But
the judge is letting it in.
Becomes grounds for appeal. And that's the same reason that Bill Cosby appealed his successfully.
Well, Bill Cosby, hold on. Bill Cosby got off because he had made a deal with a prosecutor who got voted out of office, and the new prosecutor came in and laid the wood to him. And then a judge in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court agreed that the original deal he cut with the prosecutor who was no longer in office stood, and they couldn't use anything against him. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's how that went down.
Yeah, but there was also an appeal based on prejudicial evidence that had nothing to do with the charges. And so they paraded a bunch of girls in there that he had supposedly drugged that had nothing to do with the charge at hand. And that was a grounds for appeal. Same thing happened to Weinstein.
The 5 charges, if you want to know them, was sex trafficking.
All right, so hold on. He probably is guilty of that. I mean, but is hiring known male escorts sex trafficking. It's really amazing how the legal system and the judicial system and the law enforcement system has now turned just hooking, people having money for sex. That's now sex trafficking. Do you notice that? When realistically, if this man is being paid $1,000 to come have sex with Cassie and pee on her, and it's an agreed amount, and he's there on his own free will, I don't think that's sex trafficking.
Yeah, but prostitution's not really recognized because it's not legal, right? So it's not recognized that he's a prostitute and that's his job.
I guess probably because the act. You're right. You know what? You're probably right in the fact that because that act in itself is illegal, call it what you want, it's still illegal, and they have chose to call it sex trafficking. So you're right. Prostitution is not legal. And they're going to call it sex trafficking. So, Dan, he probably is guilty of that. Lummy, what's number 2?
It is sexual assault.
He probably is.
If you're peeing on someone and they say no, that's a sexual assault.
Okay, so there's 2. What's 3?
Drug distribution.
Well,
freak off parties.
Well,
that's what it says.
Hold on, Dan. I think that they got him locked to that.
Pretty much.
3. Number 4,
racketeering and criminal enterprise,
which means that they were saying that his business, because his business bought the baby oil and his business used to sign these artists under the guise that he went on. What was that group that you said, Seth?
Danity Kane.
He went on and blasted Danity Kane. He was using his business for sex. They got him on that one. And then what's the 5th?
Surveillance, harassment, and witness intimidation.
He probably did that. Dan, I see him.
Yes.
I see 5 for 5.
Yeah, but there's also jurors that sometimes feel compassion for someone they think they're overcharged.
Well, then it'll be hung.
They could be hung, and they'll
that
charge
there
them
is
again.
a community where stuff like this happens.
Yes.
And so it's not
Steve's here.
something that automatically is forced, and they're going to probably call somebody to this.
Steve, did you hear me walk through the 5 just now?
Yes.
And would you agree on that and the fact that, I think they got, as much as we didn't think they had him yesterday, and John Morgan said that he went through his lawyers, the 11 lawyers, and it was 8-3. But if we just went through them and me and Dan got him 5 of 5. How does Steve Diaco score it?
He's going to get acquitted or it'll be reversed on appeal.
For real?
Yeah, 100%.
All this prejudicial extra stuff has nothing to do with it, right?
It's
did you hear the? Did you
He's
hear
a
the
bad guy?
But hold on, did you hear the 5 we walked through?
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah.
Number 1, Lummy, what is it?
Sexual abuse.
Sexual abuse. You
sexual assault and abuse.
Steve.
All consensual. I don't buy it.
She said no.
Okay.
Well, no, she did say at times, and there's text messages where she's like saying, "Hey, I want to see a bunch of D."
All right, but hold on, Steve. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You're an attorney. That is, you could have sex with a girl 100 times, and 99 times she wanted it, and that one time she says no, but you still took it. Is it sexual assault? Yeah, it is.
It is sexual
Arguably,
assault,
yes.
but she did. That's not what happened. She went into those rooms consensually and
But
willingly.
she testified that there were several times she did not want to do it. She didn't want to get peed on. She did, this is what we're talking about now, getting urinated on. So wouldn't that be a, I didn't want that?
Yeah, how many times could your wife say she wasn't in the mood, or you're not in the mood, and she just wants to, and you're just like, okay. That's not coercion. That's not forced. That's just like not being in the mood.
All right, number 2. What was number 2, Lummy?
Sex trafficking.
All right, so as we were saying earlier, just a straight old, hiring a hooker nowadays is no longer hiring a hooker.
That's garbage.
Now, I know it's garbage, but, they now call that sex trafficking. And
Joke.
I think, and it is a joke because if person A agrees to an amount that person B wants to give them to have sexual act C, that shouldn't be a problem. But in this particular state, it is illegal, and like Seth said, prostitution is no longer called prostitution; it's called sexual trafficking because it's an illegal act.
Solicitation of prostitution, sure, but this crap, no.
Okay. 3.
Drug distribution.
Okay.
gosh.
Okay. I mean, Steve.
He's not a drug dealer. He's using drugs with his girlfriend.
I know,
Come
but
on.
he is distributing them.
Please. Did she
Okay.
pay for it? I mean, come on.
Number
That's a
4.
joke.
Number 4.
Racketeering and criminal enterprise.
No, hold on, Steve. He did use his business to ply girls to be artists on his label and then end up blasting them.
Oh.
They might get him on that.
I don't see it. I mean, so did Bill Clinton with the presidency. I mean, come on.
Don't bring that
Every
topic up,
powerful
Jesus.
dude.
Alex Steinel.
Come on.
And then fine. What's the last one, Lummy?
Surveillance, harassment, and witness intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
That one he might get, actually. He's been pretty nasty with people.
That's why they won't let him on bond, because he does reach out to people and try to persuade them.
Yes. And
So-
there is some evidence of that. But they may get him on that. That's a,
Now, but is that a slap?
tic-tac,
Is that a slap on?
nothing.
Is that 1 year in prison, 2 years in prison? Is that time served? You know,
Maybe. I
Stand
think he has
to
time
address
served.
it. So if they do it, and I have no idea if they are, but if they do, then the question is she tolerating it? Because it's gross.
Correct.
I get it. I understand it.
No, look, and honestly,
it just freaks me out. Somebody as beautiful as her would do. I mean, she's.
See, this the whole thing is I don't understand, Bubba, why they're concentrating on her, because there's we have personal experience where Diddy's people drugged his wife in Miami with a drink, and we know
Allegedly.
that's been accusations for years about him. And why didn't they have one of those people testifying instead of his girlfriend who was going back and forth?
Because that person that you have experience with, who's a friend of a friend that got drugged, doesn't want to publicly rear their head up and be part of this mess.
Or
They
did
have-
he get
they have
to
a-
them
they-
with a
they-
brown paper bag?
They
You
have
know?
a, they have, they have a,
That's what
hold
people are
on.
looking for.
They have a normal life going on in a normal city with their normal husband, and they don't want to be known for having hung out with at a party with this sicko. And even though he tried to, and there's proof, and you guys know that we know a person that
You can say it. It was my wife.
Oh, there we go. I mean, let's let you tell the story. And here's the deal. You know why Krista Diaco doesn't testify? Because she doesn't want the wrath that comes with it.
And we can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it happened, and she wasn't sexually assolted. But
Only because of the grace of God, because you
She
found
was sexually assaulted later that night by you. But I'm just saying.
She was so sick. It was not happening.
Oh, man. You were
Poor
holding her
thing.
hair when she was puking?
So, okay, we're in the Shore Club, South Beach, Miami. We're out with friends, having a really nice dinner, and the girls decide they want to take a break and have a smoke. So the 3 girls, there were 6 of us, the 3 dates, take a walk by the pool to have a cigarette out of the restaurant. We're waiting for our food.
Because even chicks that don't smoke, when they get drunk, they want a cigarette for
Back
some
then,
reason.
for sure.
that
Back
oral
then.
fixation,
Yes,
some.
yes. So the guys are just hanging out. We're enjoying each other, just chilling. The girls disappear, have their cigarette. So we're waiting for a while, and I'm like, geez, where the hell are the girls? So I decide to get up because the food's delivered. And I'm like, let me go grab
So food
them.
to the table, and they need to be there.
Correct. So I walk out, and the pool at the Shore Club is a beautiful pool for the hotel, but then there's another area to the right of the pool, if you're walking towards the beach, that has its own townhouse and private pool and fence on the property. And so this is for the big rollers, the VIPs, and there was this big black guy standing by the door. And right as I walk by it, the girls get spit out of that gate and that private area, and the big black guy lets them out of the gate. And so I'm like, come on, guys, dinner's at the table. Come on, let's go sit down. But I look at Krista, and she's already looking like she is
Been out for
wasted.
3 hours.
And we had just had dinner. We just sat down for dinner. So she
Eyes are
maybe
moving
had a drink.
independently like a lizard.
Yeah, she was just looking like wasted. So we get back to the table, and before she can have her first bite, she starts sweating profusely. She's like completely like wasted. And again, with one drink, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get her to the restroom. And by the time I got her to the restroom, she's just getting sick. And she's sweating so bad she had this tube top on. I remember it was like falling off of her because she was soaking wet. She was just soaked. So,
by the way, did you hear us talk about your wife's ass earlier this morning?
I missed that part.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that.
But it is amazing.
Legendary over 50.
And the three girls are all really pretty, and so so the other two girls, I'm like, what happened in there? They're like, oh well, we came in and it was Diddy's party, and he had the space, and he was in there with his wife and kids and some of his entourage. I'm like, really? I'm like, well, what happened? They're like, well, we got in there and they offered us drinks and we didn't accept one, but Chris was like, sure.
Chris is like, man, free drinks, I'm in.
And then they're passing what I imagine was a blunt.
Right.
And the other girl's like, no, thank you. And Chris was like, sure.
Yeah.
Let's go. And so that's why I believe that she was drugged by them. Again, I have no proof. Didn't know. I take her home. She's getting sick on the cab ride home. We're like 10 minutes from our condo. And that whole night I was teetering between taking her to the emergency room or not. She was out of it and so sick. Who the hell would want to be with a girl like that?
Him.
Gross. So
thank God she didn't get peed on.
And the whole night I kept wanting to go back there.
Yeah, that wasn't sweat, right? That was urine.
With a bat, but I couldn't prove it. I didn't know for sure. None of these stories were out, and you just couldn't even imagine.
You better have Jimmy Cleavis if you're going to go past P. Diddy's bodyguard.
I know he was 300-pounder. He was huge. So all these years later, we reflect on that and say, wow, what could have happened?
Not here to yuck anybody's yum. What you're into, you're into.
Right.
It's consensual, great. But I'm just saying that I believe that for most of the jury, that is a very vivid.
It's vivid, but
description that will.
Charles, it's vivid, but they are going to.
Here's what Harvey's going to give you the Steve Diaco legal spin on it now. Right now, watch.
Seen juries. Now, I don't know whether this jury is going to do it.
And by the way, he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
But they are ultimately going to look at force and coercion. And now the question is, she's saying, in my head, yes, of course I was, but then. Some juror says, did he ever direct her, order her, force her? Did she ever say that? You know that discussion is going to go on. I don't know how they're going to come out, but they're going to have that discussion.
Hi, my name is Andrew Washington, and I'm coming to you from Long Island, New York. I'm talking
in the back of your garage?
talking to you about Diddy and Cassie. What's going on is absolutely absurd to see what's going on. People see the celebrity side of things, but they don't see the part of Cassie. She's being humiliated and has to tell the whole world about her humiliation. So, no, at court, she might not have come out and said, yes, I said stop.
Enough of all that. I've been, whatever. I don't need the guy.
The bottom line is there's a lot of text messages from her saying the opposite.
Yeah, I have those text messages.
And so, come on
here.
now. Like, you regret it afterwards. I mean, come on.
I do have those text messages. We'll dive into those next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Your buddy make those?
162 pages of text messages.
Wow.
And I'm trying to read it. I love you so much. I love you more. Starting to read now. Before I start, I just want to say that thank you and I love you. If there's anything I can do today for you or bring to you to help make your day better, please hit me. Well, I'm going to hit you, all right?
Yeah.
Just love yourself and be happy. Blah, 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 blah. Well, that's nothing.
Where's the one where she's asking for the big old dingalings?
Yes. Some big black D. Something to that effect.
Yeah, here you go. In 2012, I'll read this.
Oh my God. We did a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, that's gross.
She's a party girl.
Man.
Now she's regretting it? Okay.
there's that. I'm going to get into that right there, starting there, and then here. There's more text. See this? Okay, so we'll go here. All right, that's new there. And then this is Biden cancer.
Is there something big going on in Indy?
Yeah, the Indy 500, motherfucker.
Yeah, dude. No, like sprint car stuff, because Kirk Morgan keeps
Yeah,
saying he's there.
yes.
Yeah, actually, I
The
don't
little
have it.
500.
Oh, okay.
Happening
You know
on
Kirk Morgan?
happens this Saturday.
Yeah, Kirk Morgan keeps texting he's in Indy.
Yeah, I overnighted, or he should be getting to his hotel Bubba Army stickers.
Nice. He must hear me on the show because he keeps.
Kirk, he texted me too.
I
Kirk
am
endorses
redneck.
Tony Marino too for T-shirt Will.
Who?
Kirk endorses Tony Marino.
What's up, Thomas?
For Surgeries, yeah, for sure.
What's up, Matt and Crusher? What's up, Steve? What it do, Ryan? Getting your stuff out today.
This team's pretty good, huh?
No, the real team, yeah. Good equipment.
He's good. I mean, they're very good.
Well financed though, right? It's like they have good stuff, right?
They got the best shit.
Yeah.
He's got all carbon fiber, all titanium.
I'm thinking about starting a funny car podcast.
You are?
Can you help me?
Yeah.
Some contacts?
Contacts. So if I give you Ron Capps, what do you know about Ron Capps?
I'll Google that bitch, and I'll know more than he knows about himself. What's up, Xerxes? What's up, Johnny?
Right.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So let me, Alex needed a car. Because you know how cheap he is. You know how cheap he is.
Yeah.
And he stayed at my place Monday night. But he won't rent a car. And I don't have, listen, the only extra car that I really have is I have two. The Crown Vic, the 04 Crown Vic that's got Bubba Army stickers on it and cop lights painted flat black, which, you know.
It's hard to sneak around in.
And then my smart car, which, you know, I don't know if anybody wants to. So he's driving right now to the Clearwater City Council member meeting later today, and I think they're at the Hard Rock last night. He's driving my Crown Vic around town.
Nice.
Rather than to rent a car.
Does he use the lights?
No, I don't know if he's using the lights
You
or
didn't
not.
tell him about the speaker, did you?
What do you mean?
He can, kind of talk to people outside the car.
No, I pulled that off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just for in fear of.
Okay, good.
Because
He
he
get a lot of
would.
trouble with that.
Yeah, he would.
I have to call Alex from FenderWorks. I mean, he's gonna come see me today.
Adam.
I'm sorry, Adam from FenderWorks, because
What happened?
Cybertruck got hit.
What? Did in a parking lot or?
Yeah, but while I was in it.
Hold on. I'd have an extremely sore neck right now, and I would have flopped on the ground and needed a Bayflight to carry me out of there.
Yeah, it was.
I would have had Steve and Jay on the phone immediately. So hold on. You were in your Cybertruck in a parking lot.
Yeah, in my parking lot, my office.
And you're in your office.
Right. It's like 4:30 Friday afternoon. I'm finally getting to go home.
Right now, you parked where in that
covered spot.
In that very far right covered spot.
The far right covered spot. And you know how those spots
Which, by the
angled?
way, you threw a fit to your landlord to put up.
I built it myself.
Oh, okay.
Well, I didn't physically build it, but I had to finance it and have it done.
Sure. Your landlord's more of a prick than you are. He's like, if you want your own, do it yourself, bitch.
Yeah, so I had someone do it.
And it stays with the building.
And it does. But
You didn't let Steve negotiate that deal.
But I've loved it, and you know those you've been there a million times, Bob. You know how the spots are angled because there's a direction of traffic,
and I think there's 3 or 4 spots.
But there's the whole line of spots, to the left and to the right.
Yes,
that are all angled in one direction.
Those
because
spots
the
spots to the right are angled one way, and the spots to the left are angled the other way, so that they can both back out and then go forward through that alley and then hit the road.
Correct. So there's really one direction you're supposed to drive on that.
Yeah.
Just like, okay. So
you can't really come in through the other direction.
Unless you're cutting through and you have no business there.
And
Otherwise,
you
would never do that. And you don't know the parking lot.
Right.
So anyone that's been there on a regular basis knows how to navigate that parking lot.
One way in, one way out. Unless you're parking on the next row, then you can come in either way.
Correct.
Right.
So, end of the day, no one's around. I'm slowly, I get in my car, and I slowly back out like a foot, and all of a sudden, and this douchebag.
You slow down. Your anger's going to start taking over.
Okay.
You're going to say something that you regret.
Okay. This Uber driver that was trespassing had no business there.
Well, now you don't know
that
he was. Now, how can you put a trespassing gimming on him?
Okay. Do you have business there? No. Did his client have business there?
Hold on.
No.
Dan,
He's using it as a shortcut.
Do you know that you cannot trespass somebody unless you've given them a warning prior?
You can't arrest them for trespassing, but they're still
I'm getting vibes of when that guy
trespassing.
was fishing on your dock, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm getting those vibes now.
I think I'm shooting holes in your story, Dan, is what I'm thinking.
He's still trespassing. He just can't get arrested for it. It's still trespassing.
Well, no, he's not.
He is trespassing,
No, he's
Bubba.
not trespassing. He's guilty of driving in a public parking lot the wrong way, but unless you've served him a trespassing warning or you have those green signs on my gate?
Yeah, we
unless
have
you
them.
have those posted.
We have them.
Then he's not trespassing.
I'm with you, Bubba. It's a public parking lot. Come on,
it's a public
please.
parking lot. He's going there.
That's absurd.
Dan, you're overcharging him.
Overcharged.
Now,
He's doing
Dan,
a ditty.
Dan, quit being like the Casey Anthony prosecutors and trying to go for the death penalty. Now, the guy is guilty of going the wrong direction in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
But okay, that's what he's
had
guilty
no business
of.
being in.
God, I feel like I'm more of a lawyer than you are. I think.
No doubt.
I think
And by the way, Danny
Steve's clearing out your office and making it mine today.
Right.
Don't undermine me right now. Do not undermine me right now.
Oh, jeez. Here we go.
I will slap you.
No,
Oh, my
but you shut up.
No, I'm
he's,
not.
he's going,
This
he's
is
not,
contested liability.
but he's not trespassing.
He's going the wrong way, and in a parking lot, he has no business being in.
You know what?
I'll give you that.
I'll give you that 110%.
Okay, thank you.
Which is, by the way, a ticket. You're going the wrong way in a directional parking lot. That is definitely, he's guilty of that.
Right. And so I back out a foot, and I hit the side of his car.
Okay.
And so now I have a couple dents in my Cybertruck. The bumper's damaged. The gate won't open and close, and it scratched, his right fender and his right door.
Now hold on. Stop right there. Stop. What? How freaked? I mean, did you come blaring out of the car and just 1,000 mile an hour, Dan, or were you calm, cool, and collected, Dan?
What the F are you doing? You're not supposed to go this direction. Can't you see how these cars are oriented? You dumb ass. I started screaming at him.
Yeah, of course.
And then
Steve,
he was
we
about
know.
to call. He was about to call the cops. I'm like, listen, it was 3 miles. Are you hurt? Are you hurt? Are you hurt? No. I'm not hurt. So let's do an exchange of information. Here's my card. I'll run inside and get my insurance information. Give me yours, and I'm going home.
If I was him, I would have peeled out of there.
And as soon as I got his and he gave him mine, I called my insurance company. I went home. I took some rubbing compound, got it all off. It looks like 2 little door dings. But I got a problem now because no one fixes these damn cars.
Oh, Adam from Fender Works can.
He said he can, so he's going to take a look at it today.
So hold on. Are you going to ding his insurance company? I would.
Well, it's a contested liability. It's going to be he pay for he and me pay for me.
After he got an ass whipping, and I mean, after he got an ass chewing, and
I did chew him.
and erroneously charged with trespass the guy. Cop would have laughed at you.
Yeah, the insurance adjuster was amused by it too. So
I mean, you are so shot out of a cannon, ready just to pounce on everybody. You got to walk through it, Dan, a little bit more calmly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got him for trespassing. He's going the wrong way in a public parking lot, and I got those green signs put up, so he's trespassing.
And you see him ready to jump on me? I mean, my God.
I know. And then he told you, back it down. And he's ready to, like.
Well, it's contested liability. I just don't know if the other person's listening. So,
isn't it amazing, Stephen, how I know Dan? How I
so well.
Oh my God,
so well. And Dan, for the record, he was at fault, or she, for going the wrong way.
Yes,
I give you that.
Yeah, at fault. And you should, Dan, make him have to pay for the damage.
Have Adam let the insurance companies deal with it. So. It's not my problem.
Do you really want the insurance company?
It's too late now. He's an Uber driver. It had to be officially declared because he's an Uber driver. So it's going through insurance.
Now, will he lose his Uberness? Maybe.
No, for this, I don't think he'll lose his Uberness.
Remember,
he could barely speak English, but he'll still be an Uber driver.
So in 2000, we were talking about the KC Sean before we were so rudely interrupted with Dan's big high spot going the wrong way direction parking lot party. We were actually into some salacious text from Cassie and P. Diddy, but Dan had to make it all about himself and his stupid ass Cybertruck.
Yeah, they'll stop bullets, but not an Uber driver.
Yeah. And in 2000, I find these following exchanges ones. There's a lot of them, but these are the ones that probably are the salacious ones. In 2012, Combs told Ventura, "I need you to go to the doctor," and she replied, "Yeah, we did a lot, and I had a lot of D's and a lot of partying." Now, would that, Stephen, legally, would that be something that could potentially come back to bite him in the ass, where he is admitting that he probably put too much D on her through male escorts and needs to take her to the doctor?
I mean,
that's a little bit on the line, isn't it? Where he hired so many D's that he knows that he needs to take her to the doctor.
Well, if she had said, "You made me do a lot," that'd be one thing. But she said, "We did a lot of D's, a lot of partying."
Later that year, she texted him, "I'll be missing you. I miss you, and I miss that D. I miss our love sessions in the afternoon." I mean, other than being with P. Diddy and liking to get peed on, she's a perfect woman. I'm just telling you.
Right.
I mean,
but this is,
she has a lot of
this
tolerance.
Has nothing to do with the real charges.
I understand.
And it's going to be prejudicial. It's going to sway the jury to hate him. And it's really
you know what this is going to come down to? This is going to come down to the jurors hating him.
That's what they're trying to do.
That's what they're trying to do.
Exactly.
And that probably, like Steve said, would be very much of an appealable situation.
Yes, it becomes an appellate situation.
Combs once texted Ventura to have fun, impress me when she was on her way to a sex shop. The court also saw messages between the couple on May 26th of 17 near the end of the relationship about her run to a sex shop called the Pleasure Chest. She testified that when she went to the X-rated store, she would get different sexual supplies. Ventura previously testified that she participated in freak-offs to please Combs, and that she did that because she wanted to avoid his anger, which often resulted in him beating her. Now, they have, I think Seth, had a couple bodyguards or a couple of girls or something like that did validate that they witnessed him beating her. So would they tie that into her mindset as to why she agreed to this, because they have testimony of him beating her?
For sure. That and we've seen it with our own eyes. We saw the video. We know he's a domestic abuser. He's a violent man that beats women. That's gross, and he should be, or should have been, charged for that.
I don't know why they didn't throw that in there. I don't know why they couldn't have got that in there.
The crap they're charging him with is just not going to float the boat. It just isn't.
Diddy said in another exchange, "I want to eat your pee, your kitty," in one message, and also tells her that he wants to tell her about a new fantasy that he has. Among those that went viral during proceedings, Cassie telling Diddy she couldn't wait to feel some D, tease her kitty raw. She wants some raw D. And in a specific way of performing fellatio. And some of the messages that aren't so sexual, including speaking about disagreements that they had. She didn't like being a side piece.
But how many women and men, for that matter, have had regrets after a night of partying or sex or whatever? I mean, it just happens, and that's not a crime. You can't unconsent. It just is a joke.
I think we all have had, I think we've all had, the walk of shame in one way, shape, or form. I mean, right? I mean, Dan probably at the top of the list.
I was ashamed of what I did.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
Really?
Really, Dan? There's never been like a girl you're like, in the morning saying, she looked a lot better last night.
There's never been one where you wanted to chew your arm off before you woke her up.
Really? Okay. All right.
Right, Dan?
Guilty.
In order to stay on time and say goodbye to Dan, let's do some word salami. It'll get us more on time because we're way behind.
Yes.
Also, Lummi, is that a no-go on the phone?
Yes.
That's a no-go?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Car and run into Danny at a parking lot one time, get two actors, and watch Dan flip his fuck out.
No doubt. He pops, doesn't he?
Get two actors.
Some Uber driver, and you just like.
He goes crazy.
It's just
He goes
See you,
crazy.
Dan.
He goes fucking crazy.
Right after that.
That's a good way to get, fucking killed.
What?
Doing some fucking prank on Dan.
Yeah, no shit. It's shooting, probably.
Dan's got fucking military-sized guns in that Cybertruck.
Oh, easy. Kill him.
Guns the size of little people, as they say.
You and I can hit him in the smart car.
I thought Stein has that.
No, he has the Crown Vic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has the big time Crown Vic. I thought he should have taken the smart car.
I don't think he can fit. I think he said he can't fit.
He can fit. If me and Bubba can ride together.
That's what he was saying. He's got long legs.
That smart car is big. You and I fit in that smart car.
You don't fit comfortably.
I fit amazingly. I didn't fit well yesterday at my little tiny plane, but smart car I can like sprawl out into.
What kind of tiny plane did you have?
Like a little 25 passenger puddle jumper with
From where? Where'd you fly out of?
Pensacola
Oh, okay.
with propellers.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
Listen, it's bad when they only have two employees pretty much working the whole plane. The pilot and the other person.
And the seatbelt's like something that you like. It's on a roller coaster, Busch Gardens, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
What's up, Kostika? Oh man,
2:45.
that's funny. Lummi, you putting any money on the basketball game tonight?
No, should I? Should I put it on?
I don't. I mean, I'm biased for OKC. They are favored by 7.5.
That seems like a lot for a playoff game.
Yeah.
What is up?
Mr. Steve.
What is going on, my brother? What's up? What's up?
Welcome back.
Carrying the load for Joseph.
I know. It's not
How you
easy.
been? You doing well?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
That's how we like it.
I know. Just, it's good hearing about, other people's, indiscretions and stuff like that. So.
Instead of our
Yeah, so I feel like
Can you imagine, though, the embarrassment and horror of all involved? It's just like...
I mean, his kids, her husband. It's really...
And the thing is also, like, normally this stuff's handled criminal, then money. She got paid $20 million.
Is that what they settled with?
Yeah, because it was confidential, but she testified to it, and criminally you have to disclose that kind of stuff. I mean, shit, I wouldn't say publicly what I do for $20 million, but... The whole thing's a little backwards.
I just don't know how you get to the point, like, Diddy, where you're that sexual... I mean, I guess it's a billionaire thing.
And a rock star, you know? There's that component.
That's true. Remember Kid Rock and Scott Stapp were banging the same chick in that video, weren't they? Anybody remember that one? Or that was just me.
No. Kid Rock and Rick... Who's Rick Stapp?
No, Scott Stapp from Creed.
Creed. Nice. I'm not shocked by that.
Hey, Frantic, that's awesome, man.
Dark Match Steve used the Creed song.
I'll ask him about it today. I'll say the Schizo Frantic. Schizo Frantic got a fade.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
There's being the brother of Dr. Dan and kind of the head of the family, so to speak. There's just never an easy day with him, is there?
Never one. There's no day off.
I mean, it's just, he is just a shot out of a cannon, right? I mean, oh my God.
Angry Dan.
And he gets himself in the most vicarious situations. You know what I'm saying?
He does. I love him so much, but he is a pill.
do. And he's a dick until you need him. But, but we all need him at one time or another. I mean, whether it's...
You know what I refer to him as, right?
What's that?
My hero.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, he is a hero to a lot. In fact, we have a song.
I love him so much.
We have a song about him being a hero.
Right on. And but I've always said that about him. He's always helped me in my life. He got me through high school, tutored me in every subject. He's the best.
Out of the three? Is he most like your dad?
Yes. Dad was hot like that too. He could get fired up too. I never saw road rage. Like I thought that was so normal, and I didn't know there was a word for it.
Because you saw it all your life.
My whole life, he would just get so hot if somebody cut him off. He'd MF everybody on the road. He was nuts. This is obviously before everyone had handguns, but
Dan is most likely like Joe on a lot of different reasons.
Yes.
From being a doctor to being high strung. We know obviously we got closer with Joe as he got older, but I bet you when Joe was in his 30s and 40s, he was a pistol.
He really was.
Oh my God.
And he wasn't really like a tough guy, but he felt tough. Like he just wasn't afraid of anyone.
He acted tough.
He sure was.
Right?
He sure did.
Here's what Dan better be. Dan better be careful with messing with those Uber drivers, because did you see this story where that woman put a gun?
Yeah.
Did you see this?
Yeah, don't mess with them.
Check this out.
You're harassing me.
I'm
Get
harassing
out
you?
of my vehicle right now.
I'm not harassing
Get
you.
out of my vehicle. She doesn't want to get out of my vehicle.
No, she just pulled
Get
a gun.
out of my vehicle. You're no longer in the ride. Get out. Get out of my vehicle right now.
She got them crazy eyes.
Get out. Get out.
Yeah, hold on. Did you see the gun?
Yeah, I did.
Damn. I am so out of that vehicle.
Get out.
I mean, yeah, right here.
Get out of my
She wants to.
She wants to anyway.
Don't worry, you're gonna go viral. You're going viral.
Yeah.
Why you say? I mean, what was she sitting in the car for? Do we know why she wouldn't leave?
No, we don't. But the other one that I had, Lummy, I don't know if I have it now, but it was with this girl, and she was bragging how she was making this Uber driver drive her, and she had the gun to the back of the seat.
Oh, yeah.
She was in the back seat, and she had the gun, in the back seat, and the Uber driver could feel the gun through the, and she was making the Uber driver drive her to wherever they were going. But I thought that was it, but that was a different one.
You find that one, because I know which one you're talking about.
Here is, Dan Bonagino, who, obviously came from a very successful, highly syndicated talk show, both terrestrially and I think he was big on Rumble and YouTube. I mean, he was big everywhere.
Oh, he was banned on YouTube, but he was big on Rumble.
And he was former Secret Service. And he quit when Biden became president, and because he just couldn't take it anymore. And then once Trump got reelected, he appointed Dan Bonagino the, I think, assistant FBI director behind Patel. And I think they're talking about the Trump assassination attempts. And him and Patel, Dan Bonagino and Patel, are talking about evidence that they've found that I don't think that they can necessarily share with the public yet about the Trump assassinations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. There in some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it. I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
So are they saying that there's only one case that would be in court, and that would be the guy at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah.
Because the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania got smoked.
Yeah, he got smoked on the roof.
So got smoked on the roof, right. So, I think they're saying there's really no big smoking gun, there's not a big conspiracy, government behind it, anything like that. This was a rogue, crazy guy that, acted alone. And I think that's what, Steve, is that what they're saying? I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
is
that's
saying
exactly
that there's
right.
really not a big
There's nothing more
there.
to it, right? This was a kook, and we got him.
Yeah, and I mean, so as much as people want to say, blame Biden and blame, the whatever organization, I think this was a kook. And Bonagino said, hey, with my experience of being a Secret Service agent and now the assistant director of the FBI, we would have been able to unearth something potentially, and there's just nothing there other than a whack job.
But I do think that it's very suspect that the crews with the Secret Service were so light for Trump that they had information about these incidents. They didn't do screenings right. It just seems like they just weren't paying attention as well as they should have been. I mean, it just shady.
I think a word that we're going to hear a lot, and that we've already heard a lot, and that we potentially might continue to hear as Trump is now really on a warpath of suing people and things like that, but the weaponization of the government. I think that we're going to find instances of that. Now, is Trump using the government as a weapon to try these people? I mean, if you're committing a weaponization of the government to begin with, and then the new guy comes in and he's trying you for weaponization of the government, are you weaponizing the government in the trial in itself?
This is the back and forth, but I mean, I do think some of these people should be held accountable for the abuse of the prosecution and police forces in our federal government.
And I mean,
if been a victim of it, it's gross.
You have been a victim of this very same thing in the weaponization of the government.
Before there was something called fake news, and before there was these politicized prosecutors, I was a victim of it. And FBI and their notes, what a bunch of horse. You know what?
Yeah.
What a bunch of crap.
Both you and I were actually together on that same day when the FBI pencil whipped us.
Yep.
They wrote down things that Steve didn't say, and they wrote down things that I didn't say, but because they're FBI agents.
Oh, it's the Bible.
And we're just Bubba and Steve. And we're just Bubba and Steve perceived to be the bad guys, then we're guilty.
But we're not just Bubba and Steven. We were Bubba and Steven activists, people that stood up to power, people that challenged authority.
Let's not forget
we weren't just people.
Let's also not forget of one of the greatest things that you single-handedly pulled off. You single-handedly negotiated it. You single-handedly helped me raise the money. Your family paid for it. But you, not Jay, not Rob Adams, not Dan, you and your family and your law firm bought the Jackson house. Had it signed, sealed, and delivered. You found the Jackson family. You negotiated the deal. You had it done. You had it financed. You had the money in escrow. We were closing until Bob Buckhorn wanted to not let us, you and me collectively, have any positive light shed on us. God forbid that you and I, your firm, and my radio show are allowed to do something good for the community and get some positive press.
And we had for years and decades. I mean, how many officers, how many first responders, how many military, how many people, drunk driving victims did we help and then challenge authority on? I mean, it was just what we did.
A lot of people don't realize that you put together the summer mole deal.
Yep.
Let me paraphrase this. Here's a 5 or 6 year old girl who's riding in the back seat of her car of her mom, and her mom gets killed I think a drunk driver hit her.
Yep.
And her mom dies, and Summer Mole needs extensive amount of plastic surgery and regular surgeries and bone resetting and all this kind of stuff. And she doesn't have a mom. And the Diaco and Adams and Diaco at the time, that's the law firm, they single-handedly paid for all of her treatment, including but not limited to, once she got better and was mobile, had her princess birthday party, paid for it all at Disney World. Yep. Nobody remembers that about you, do they, Steve?
No. But you know what? I'm still close with that family and still keep up with them. And Danny saved her life. I mean, we couldn't get that head injury healed, and Dan got the best surgeons in the area to do a flap. I mean, it's just crazy stuff to save her life. She's thriving. She's doing well. Still really banged up from that accident. She's has brain damage, and she was head injured. But
nobody stepped up to help her.
Nope.
You guys did.
Nope.
It's still to this day really pisses me off that they took the Jackson house away from us. As you go down there and you drive,
it's such a mess now.
I don't
anymore.
You know what? When 11 years ago, 12 years ago, when we were going to do it, we had the contractors, we had the other legal firms. We were going to do pro bono work for the African American community. We were going to make the downstairs a museum. We were going to make the upstairs 5 or 6 different legal offices where there's a different office in there a day doing pro bono work.
That's right. Boy, you remember the details.
Oh, I do. I remember the details. And I remember one thing. Guess what? I remember one thing. You wrote the check.
Yeah, I did.
You wrote the check. It was I'll tell you how much it was. It was $105,000.
You do remember the deal. You have a freakish memory.
Oh, I do.
It's
It was
crazy.
105,000. We're ready to close. We have all these contractors from Kurt Morgan to Fabrizi's Roofing to just we got all these contractors lined up to come in here, and we had like a year. We figured about a year worth of construction, and then Bob Buckhorn came in and put all these provisions. If we ever missed a day deadline, there was going to be $500. First of all, Steve, didn't they want you to write him a $25,000 check for past violate? Like they wanted Steve to write.
Yes.
So Steve's already laying down $105,000 for the property, and that goes to the Jackson family.
Right.
So we're thinking, okay, now we need to start. The city comes in the 11th hour and says, "Oh, you can't close on this property until you retro pay all the fines that this property has received over the years," because the city was it's beyond repair, but it was so they had $25,000 of past fines, and Steve's like, whoa, hold on, we are getting set up here.
And remember the deadlines. If you didn't have something done by this date or that date, more fines, more fines.
If your
wait a second.
If your electrical inspection's due September 1st, every day past September 1st, it's going to be a $500 a day penalty. And Steve's like, I've built homes. That's not how it works.
Never. Just set us out there to fail, and so we had to pull out of that. But I'm still very close with now the president of the NAACP. She was the spokesman at the time, Yvette Lewis. We've done incredible work for the black community, and from my own experiences, I realized what it's like to be targeted,
hated
by law enforcement, and what that feels like. And when they want you, they take you.
Well,
and that's what's happening with Diddy. Honestly, that's why I have Diddy's a bad guy. He's I don't condone anything that he's done, but what the federal government is doing to him, and then they leave him in Rikers all this time. It's because they want him, they take him, and there's another black guy in power. Wow, how about that?
Hold on now, but we are gonna we stick up for the black guy.
We sure do.
And,
we do.
And even black guys that have been a little mean to us.
This is a hell of a segue, Bubba.
Like Warren Sapp. we have a love-hate relationship with Warren Sapp.
Yes.
We love him, but we don't have Daddy Joe to keep Warren in check anymore.
I missed that.
I mean, it's a whole different deal when Daddy Joe was there, and it just was a whole different deal. I'm just saying that. But Sapp is getting a really raw deal in Okeechobee. I don't know, Steve, if you've seen any of the video footage, but they completely violated his civil rights like you would not believe. He basically got arrested in Okeechobee for being black.
Wow.
They arrested him for being a black guy.
And he can be like that here, that you can't be like that in Okeechobee.
He's got a $20 million civil suit, and Warren Sapp's no dummy.
Nope.
Warren Sapp knows the law. Warren Sapp knows his civil rights. Warren Sapp can recite you civil law, case law, and we are now whites for Warren, and we're going to start protesting at Okeechobee City Council members with our Whites for Warren T-shirts. And we're sticking up for Sapp and what he's been through. We've of course been through the whole footage, and we should probably show Steve.
Yeah, but you know what? This is my point. You've been doing this your whole career, standing up for the little guy, standing up for people that have been wrongly prosecuted, and it comes at a price. And both of us are victims of our advocacy. And it just happens. It's just the way it is.
We happen to have a song. Do we not?
Yes, we do.
We happen to have a song.
Steve.
Should we send it to Warren? Will he like it?
I think so.
I got the Whites for Warren shirts being made.
Sapp is getting paid when the jury sees that badge cam get played. The cops took an oath that they betrayed, 'cause when they see black guys, they are afraid. We're whites for Warren. They violated his rights, almost sprayed him with mace just because of his race. We're whites for Warren. This city should get sued. Our hearts go out to you. We support Kanye too. We're whites for war on.
Because he's black, they picked on him because he was an educated black guy that knew the federal civil rights code better than those stupid-ass white cops that arrested him.
They were mean to him.
I got to get this to Dion to get to Warren immediately.
It's so good.
I got to.
Cause his skin is black. They treated him like he stabbed Austin Metcalf. Those stupid cops are gonna make him rich. And by the way,
I don't flick bitch. It writes itself, does it not, Lummy?
So good.
Yes, it
I
does.
don't even know if that's the next line.
It has to be.
Hold on.
he don't flick bitch. We're whites for war on. Sap is getting a big check. And we
Man, you got to tell Dark Match Steve this is a great job. Great job. How's this podcasting going, Seth?
Oh, it's good.
are overjoyed. He's cooler than George Floyd. We're whites for war on. The charges didn't stick. If he wanted to resist, he could kill you with his fists. We're whites for war on.
Oh, Lummy, you can't get that to me fast enough.
Oh,
Have you seen the T-shirt artwork?
Who, Steve?
No, I haven't seen it, but it sounds great. I'll wear one.
The Whites for Warren T-shirts. Lummy, I have 9 being made.
Nice.
I don't know. I thought
we showed it on Thursday, I believe.
Can you resend it to me?
Yeah, let me get
so
it.
I can. And do me a favor. Email or text this song to me.
I just sent you the thing, and I'm sending the email now.
And then send me also the artwork for.
It's in your messenger.
For the T-shirt.
Yes.
So Tuttle, Steve's going to go down to the next Okeechobee City Council member meeting deal, where they have open to the public,
Right.
and he's going to say that I just want to let. And he's going to have it. This is the shirt. This is the front of the shirt. Whites for Warren, 99, Hall of Fame, Buccaneer.
That's
and the
awesome.
reason why we can use these logos is because we're not selling these shirts.
Right.
We couldn't sell them if they had these two.
Gotcha.
And then on the back, Lummy, I think it's the Bubba Army deal.
Yeah, the Bubba right there, the QR code.
That's the Whites for Warren artwork. So Tuttle's going to be going down there and pleading. I think more importantly, Lummy, tell them that we have a group now, an organization based on how bad they've wrong. I wonder, Seth, hasn't Alex a few times hit the music and played some songs for the council members?
Oh, yeah. He's had people, he's had President Trump on the phone before.
Right.
He said, he's piped different people in and done that.
He might be able, if you could, let me, how you bring those little mini, Bluetooth speakers.
Yep.
And you connect it to your phone, and it's about the size of like the mic, one of our microphones. He could bring a little Bluetooth speaker and just tell the county commissioners, hey, I just want to let you know that there's a new group that I'm the president of. It's called Whites for Warren. We're absolutely sick to our stomachs as to how he was treated down here. And we're going to continue to support him. And we actually got a theme song written for him as well that I'd like to share with you.
Why doesn't Tuttle just do 30 seconds? Why doesn't he just do a little bit of the hook a cappella?
Well, I mean, I
mean, what? Him singing Whites for Warren's no good?
Well, I mean, if he could,
live in person?
I mean, if he could, yeah, I don't know, maybe, I don't.
He's got the voice of Adele.
Whites for Warren shirts being made.
He's no Scott
Warren
Staff.
has a 20. So anyway, we are sending Tuttle down there to put them on notice, Lummy, and maybe not. We might not play the song, but I think it would be kind of cool to play the song, put them on notice, or Lummy, get like a big. See, the Cream Machine couldn't make it all the way down there, and I don't think the sound system's working on the Cream Machine. But if it did, we could park the Cream Machine in the parking lot and be playing this song over and over. as the county commissioners were walking in.
And walking out.
That's
right.
Whites for Warren. Or we could maybe email it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one let you know that we're a group that supports Warren Sapp, and we despise what you did to this guy. And here's a new song that's being played on the Bubba the Love Sponge
Have
show.
the charges been dropped against him? Okay, good.
Criminally, all charges dropped.
Excellent.
You haven't seen the footage, have you?
No, I hadn't seen
Lummy,
it.
do me a
but
favor.
wow.
Find that for me real fast.
Okay.
And I'm going to do some words now, and we'll give Steve kind of an overview of what happened. And Steve, can I tell you this right now?
Yeah.
I don't know if Okeechobee has municipality. You know how they have that. You know, you and Jay knows
sovereign immunity.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know. I think there's ways around that, isn't there?
There is. Yes.
You know, much like George Floyd, they got around that and got a $27 million payday based on violating his civil rights. They very much violated Warren's civil rights, and I think when you violate somebody's civil rights, that maybe municipality might get thrown out.
And it goes federal. It's not state.
Right.
Right.
So when you see this, you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is a no-brainer. I wish you would have used our law firm. My God, wait till you see this. Let me get it ready for me, okay? All right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Embarrassed him. They cuffed him. They threw him in the back of a car. And then he asked for a supervisor, and the guy goes, I am the supervisor. Then they take him to the police station, and he fucking schools them there on on Rule 24 of the civil rights violation. And
wow.
And they detain him at the police station.
He is smart. He's not a dumb man.
No, he's
very intelligent.
Yeah.
So, and he knows when to get right, you know. He played it, huh? Interesting.
I sent it to your messenger.
Okay. Thank you, buddy.
Bro.
I love the screenshot here. Warren's face.
Yeah. Was it perfect?
Them grounds to demand identification, and if you refuse, why is that right there?
I'm trying to educate you, man, and
It's okay.
you're not attracted. All right, I'm giving you a citation, okay? 63 to 35. That's unacceptable. That's almost double the stimulus.
I can sit here, part of the rally, or fun, you know, I mean, it's okay.
The amount of traffic that's coming through town.
63 is not double 35.
Okay, so 63 is what I got him on my radar. Go ahead and take it to court because
I know you want. Obstruction is a physical thing. When did I do that for your It's
the
okay.
amount of traffic that's coming through town.
63 is not double 35.
Okay, so 63 is what I got him on my radar. Go ahead and take it to court because it's almost double. Okay, but you're almost double. Okay, but you're going over the speed limit. Okay. Okay, well I got it. Okay, well I got it, and I wrote for what I got was 63. Okay, so I said what I said, but I didn't write it for double. Then I wrote it for double. What you're saying. All right. Well, just for future reference, through this chapter 35.
That's all.
All those witnesses? Oh my gosh.
Syrup, painkiller, cigarettes, weed, Hennessy, vodka, da-da-da-da. I'm on everything.
Merchant. Long nigger. What's up, DJ Brown? 941.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today, after this show, you will be pleasured with Clem Kush. Me and Seth Kushner doing about 45, cutting it up for about 45 minutes or so. We're going to call that about 10:40. Maybe we'll be a little bit before that. So,
I'll be here. It's, whenever you roll in.
Yeah, well, I just got to do a quick 30 on my massage chair.
Yeah,
and then we're set. So Steve Diaco in today. Jay will be in next week. He's hanging 10 in Costa Rica. What's he usually go for 5 days when he goes?
Yeah, at most.
Like leaves on Friday, gets back Wednesday, something like that.
Exactly.
He loves it there.
He does, and he's a beautiful surfer.
Do you like it there?
I do like it. I love it actually. I'm just not in the condition he's in, and
but if you had an opportunity to go 5 days in Costa Rica or 5 days on the East Coast condo, you're probably East Coast condo.
Yes, just because I like traveling with my wife now. I used to do the guys trips, but eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and going to bed
and blasting your hot wife is cooler than hanging 10 and maybe getting bit by a stingray.
Yes,
in another country.
Exactly.
So I want you to watch this now, okay?
Yes.
And so let me pick. I'll just let you. I'm going to give you the background as to where we are. So Warren is a passenger with this guy right here that's been given a citation for speeding.
Okay.
And so they're arguing that, the woman said that he did double the speed limit, whereas he didn't do double the speed limit. He was just below double, but he didn't do double.
Okay.
And Warren is arguing, not arguing, discussing, not raising his voice, not being Warren, not being loud, because we all know that Warren. We've seen it. I mean, you and I have seen it firsthand.
Yep.
But he's completely not being Warren. And he's talking to a police officer.
I thought that was a lady in the picture with that shirt on.
What, Warren?
Yeah,
I thought it was an African-American bigger girl.
I did.
Yeah. Well, it's Warren.
All right.
And so you know that Warren is so smart that the minute you give Warren, senses something that can better himself, he'll jump right on it. He is an absolute, I would be willing to say that his IQ could be as high as Danny's.
Yeah, he's a bright guy.
He's a very, very smart guy.
He is.
And he's very manipulative in a good way and sometimes in a bad way. He's very volatile, sometimes in a good time, some in a bad. But if you're a cop and you're going to try to go toe-to-toe with Warren Sapp, non-physical on civil rights, you're going to get owned. Because he's an African-American man that knows his rights, that has been discriminated against a lot of his life because he was black. He grew up in Apopka, Florida. He's seen white people treat black people wrongly. He knows how the good old boy, rich white NFL works. He knows the deal. He's smart too. And so that's where, and you can see, Steve, that this camera angle is the body cam of the female police officer. Okay. So you can clearly see that Warren is not in her personal space. He's not obstructing anything. You can watch police do their job as long as you're not in their way, as long as you're a safe distance away. They may tell you to back up and because you got a camera and they hate when people have cameras. But at the end of the day, as long as you're not obstructing is a physical thing. You cannot obstruct a police investigation verbally. I don't think you can.
I agree.
I mean, unless you're like saying, say no, say no, say. I mean, if you were instructing the witness to say something and be obnoxious like that, but obstructing for the most part is a physical aspect. You're putting your body in a position to obstruct and impede their investigation and them doing their job. And Warren, as you can see, is very far from obstructing. But they throw that in his face, and then he just shoves it and cracks it right on.
Oh my gosh,
here we go.
Wait.
For the speed limit.
I got that, but you said doubling the speed limit.
Okay.
You didn't double the speed limit.
Okay, well, I got him.
You're exaggerating.
Okay, well, I got him, and I wrote for what I got was 63. Okay, so I said what I said, but I didn't write him for double, did I? I wrote him for
no, but what you're saying is...
Now you can clearly see, Steve, that he's maybe 8-10 feet away from anybody, and he's clearly not the investigation's over.
Right.
Guy, the woman, this woman wrote this.
That's
guy.
A woman?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Let's not get down. It's this.
I'm
just
roll
trying
with
to
me here. I can't tell.
Just roll with me.
All
This woman here.
All right.
Wrote this guy here a ticket.
Oh, jeez.
The investigation's over.
Right.
The investigation is over.
Right.
Now we're just
Guilty.
arguing. Now we're just arguing.
Yeah.
Well, just for future reference, through this
You like to be correct, that's all. Say that
You guys have
So the cop said, just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Right.
Well, it's Warren's First Amendment right to say whatever he wants.
For sure.
He could literally say, you're a dirty white ass pig.
They do it all the time in New York.
As long as it's not in a threatening type, way.
What?
Words, you can't usually go to jail on your words. So this cop is messing with the wrong black dude. Some black guys might be scared by a white guy in Okeechobee saying you want to go to jail today. You just threw nitrous oxide. You just threw nitrous oxide on a absolute monster of a man who knows his rights.
63, but I don't know. Would you like to go to jail for obstruction? You get me? Obstruction is a physical thing. Would you like to go to jail?
So Warren says obstruction is a physical thing. I've not made any advances to anybody. I've sat back here the entire time.
And obstruct what? He's already been given the ticket.
Right, here we go.
What?
Obstruction is a physical thing.
Would you like to go to jail?
You do know that.
I know the law.
Obstruction is a physical thing. When did I do that physically?
You're obstructing her from doing her job.
What did I physically do? It's a physical action.
No, you're not either.
Obstruction is a physical action.
Now Warren's not making any aggression towards him.
Not at all.
In fact, Warren's kind of retreating back a little bit as the cop starts getting a little bit closer. Warren's kind of inching back a little bit.
Yep.
Not freedom of speech. Not freedom of speech. That's constitutionally protected, right? Yeah, that's right. What's your name? 588.
What's your name and badge number? What you have the right to say.
Investigation? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name and badge number?
Coon Fair, 734.
Cool.
All right. Yeah.
So Warren says cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
734.
Yeah.
The tape for what?
I'll take that.
The tape for what?
Now Warren Sapp's being
So Steve,
that's crazy.
I'm gonna go ahead and get past this guy and go right here. So they hook Warren for that.
That's insane. He's got a winner there.
Oh yeah. I mean, hold on.
In short, filming the police or questioning them does not give them grounds to demand identification. And if you refuse, in turn, detain or arrest you.
What am I being detained for? What am I being detained for? What am I being detained for?
Now, as you can see, Stephen, he's
No
not
resisting.
No resisting.
Yep.
Just asking questions.
I'm listening. What am I being detained for? Please report. What am I being detained for?
We got cameras just like you got.
No, hey, is it rolling?
Everything's rolling, yep. Audio, video, recording.
He knows he's got a winner. Oh, he knows he's got a winner.
Yeah, he does.
He goes, you rolling? You rolling? I got you.
Good.
I got you.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm just
And here's the deal. These cops are lucky he's not resisting because that is a bad dude.
Oh.
That is a bad dude.
He sure is.
Why you gotta grab me like that? What am I being detained for?
I'll explain that in a second, sir.
This is affecting the arrest.
This is a detainment.
You're applying force right now.
No, I'm not.
To impede an investigation, I have to do something physical, not talk. That's a freedom of speech. That's a constitutionally protected activity. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Everybody right here, no, you didn't. You said, do I want to go to jail? And I said, for what? So we gonna see.
Look at him. We're gonna see.
And so, Stephen, he knows.
He does know.
He knows I'm on the right side of this.
100%.
You still ain't answered about.
And Steve, it's not even like 90-10. It's like 100. I mean, like
the detainment, sir.
You're being detained, and I'll answer that in just a second. What are you detaining?
Hold on. No. Wait. This gonna be fun.
Everyone needs to step back.
You need some tape, don't you? There you go. You know this is force, right? 1983 lawsuit.
It's called 1983 lawsuit. You can look it up.
Rights under the color law. I haven't done anything. Not a thing. Not exactly. Hold on. He's gonna answer that for us, right, officer?
Why are you arresting?
You know it's illegal for you to watch him do this. Yeah, I am. Right? This is force.
And then he says, it's illegal for you to watch him do this to me, which is true. If you're a cop watching somebody violate somebody's civil rights and you don't step in, you're now on the hook too.
This is force. Absolutely. What am I being detained for?
Until I can get your name, that's what we're going to do. You're being detained.
He doesn't know who he is.
What am I being detained for? Hold on. You didn't explain it. What am I being detained for? What am I being detained for?
Okay, I was talking.
No, I'm asking. What am I being detained for? I can resist the unlawful arrest, but I'm not. Because Supreme Court, I have handcuffs on me, and you haven't told me why am I being detained. Why am I being detained? I can stand right here. I'm not being detained. I'm being detained. I'm just standing here. Why would I be in the back of your car?
Because I'm surrounded by about 20, 30, 40. It's not a safe situation.
It's a safe situation. Ain't nobody doing anything. Nobody's doing anything. I'm right here, dog. I'm right. You haven't answered me. Why am I being detained?
Because you obstructed her investigation.
That's a physical.
Because you obstructed her investigation. Her investigation was over,
right.
And Warren was asking questions.
Right.
Act, right? Obstructing is a physical act. I'm talking to two other officers. I don't have to answer you. I'm not getting in that car. Why am I getting in that car?
Stop pushing it. Stop resisting.
They throw him in the back of the car.
Get back.
Then he asked for a supervisor.
Get back.
That's all I want to know. Where's the supervisor?
Sit down.
Can I get a supervisor?
Sit down.
Can I get a supervisor?
Sit down.
You notice how they didn't mess with anybody but the black guy?
Yep.
Nobody but the black guy.
You have anything in your pockets?
I don't search. I don't consent to any searches.
Well, you are detained.
I am being detained for what? Where's the supervisor? Please.
Stand up.
Please. No, I'm good. Right? You told me to sit. You told me to sit. I'm gonna sit.
Stand up.
You told me to sit. I'm gonna sit.
Stand up.
Can you get a supervisor, please?
Stand up.
Can I get a supervisor, please?
Stand up.
Can I get a supervisor, please?
Hey, Sanchez.
Can I get a supervisor, please?
Can
I get a supervisor, please?
Stand up.
All right, so we keep going.
But I was issued
Under the conversation.
Hold on.
I'm instructed. I understand. Listen, you have the right to remain silent.
What is my charge? What am I being arrested for?
obstruction. That's resisting. But I'm not the arresting officer. Hold on. Understand. This is still rolling.
No, mine.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to use that. I don't want to mess with it.
Man, he's sweating.
No.
Definitely stop.
Here we go.
And that's what we can.
Wow,
in prison. They're going to jail.
Yeah, I mean, they take it. This is how far they take it. They put it. I mean, like he's being arrested.
You ready, Camo?
Yes. Just a few more minutes, but Sap, watch him on it. Watch it.
This being recorded.
Oh, I was just making sure.
My name is Sergeant Ellis. I'm the road patrol supervisor. You want to speak to the supervisor?
I was wondering, you was outside the gas station when they drove away, right?
Yes.
How come we didn't have a conversation there?
This guy's the supervisor, and he was at the gas station, and Warren said, why didn't we have the conversation there?
Right.
Because you were already in the back of a patrol car, and we needed to get you out of there as quick as possible.
That's what we came up with?
That's what happened.
Okay.
Whenever there's a situation like that, we try to clear the area as quick as possible.
Because?
Because there's a large group of people there, and it could turn dangerous.
They was peaceful. We were peacefully assembled.
At that point.
Well, your officer had been there for 15 minutes writing a ticket.
Well, the officer was screaming for backup too, so we went.
I got that part, so now, with my situation.
You asked to speak to a supervisor, so I'm here. What would you like to know?
What am I here for?
You're being arrested for obstruction.
That's a physical act, right?
No. It's impeding an investigation. It could be physical, it could be refusing to leave, it could be continue to interject yourself into an investigation that's being done on a separate situation.
Watch Warren.
Investigation. It was a ticket being written, right?
It was a traffic investigation.
So after you hand the person the ticket, the traffic stop is effectively over?
Correct.
Well, the deputy was still talking.
No, I was asking, after you hand the ticket to the man, the effective is effectively over? The stop is over?
It depends.
I'm asking.
If the ticket is being explained to the individual who has the physical ticket in his hands, then no, it's not good.
So the explaining would be coming over the top of the hill at 45 and it drops to 35, whatever else. Ticket's in his hand, he's folding it up.
That's all it was for?
Whatever.
Yep.
Jeez.
Tell me he's not gonna. Hold on.
My First Amendment right is free speech and doesn't work in Okeechobee?
Yes, you have the right for freedom of speech. Once the ticket was explained to him and he leaves, that's when the traffic stop's over.
He wasn't in the traffic stop.
The guy that had the ticket in his hands.
No, the officer with me.
He was back up to the officer that was there conducting the traffic stop.
The traffic stop was over.
Okay. But I'm not going to argue semantics.
No, there ain't no semantics. I mean, his body cam was on and everything, right?
Correct.
That's all I need. All the officers that was there, body cam and all that good stuff. And
yeah, it'll all be in there. And
1983 deprivation of rights. My first, my fourth, and my fifth.
Yes, sir.
Look at that.
Unbelievable.
1983, something of rights. My third, my first, my fourth, my fifth.
And you're more than willing.
And I really don't know how me and you couldn't have had this conversation with all those officers. You had the SWAT sergeant there too.
The SWAT sergeant?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes. That's who patted me down.
So, we have to do one more stop set before we leave. Is he not going to get paid?
He's getting paid.
I mean, he's getting paid.
He's getting paid, and he makes them all look like a bunch of racist fools.
Yeah. You can't be white in Okeechobee and dare talk back to a white police officer. That's why we've established Whites for Warren.
Yep. I love it.
We'll end the show with our new hit song again, okay?
Perfect.
All right.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Sure you will there, Stephen, not the old man. Freeman? Where was that at? What's up, guard police? Sure is, Brad Michaels. I think you're up on that show with DJ Brown.
Okay, minute 25, and we're the fuck out of here.
Promoting SAP. But wrong's wrong.
What's up, Iggy?
What's up, Iggy?
It's funny.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got the Whites for Warren shirt.
SAP is getting paid when the jury sees that badge cam get played. The cops took an oath that they betrayed, 'cause when they see black guys, they are afraid. We're whites for war on. They violated his rights, almost sprayed him with mace just because of his race. We're whites for war on. This city should get sued. Our hearts go out to you. We support Kanye too. We're whites for war on.
Because he's black, they picked on him because he was an educated black guy that knew the federal civil rights code better than those stupid-ass white cops that arrested him.
They were mean to him, 'cause his skin is black. They treated him like he stabbed Austin Metcalf. Those stupid cops are gonna make him rich. And by the way, he don't flick, bitch. We're whites for war on. Sap is getting a big check, and we are overjoyed. He's cooler than George Floyd. We're whites for war on. The charges didn't stick. If he wanted to resist, he could kill you with his fists. We're whites for war on.
Lummy, I think it's time for us to go.
Yes, it is.
I thought usually I was actually texting Warren his new parody song.
Nice.
That's good. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. There you go.
Well, I mean, he's got to get back to you after you send him that.
Yeah, my new song supporting your injustice in, how do you spell Okeechobee?
Shoot.
Okeechobee.
Good luck.
I got it. Clem Kush, we'll call it 1040. Steve, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.